Hello, everybody out there in the YouTube universe that's decided to join us tonight. We've had a couple weeks off for some of us. For some of us, we were very busy the last couple weeks, just trying to get things organized and make some changes and get reestablished again. And so I thank all of you for bearing with us and tolerating us with the reprieve, and we try to keep you folks up to date with a couple miniature pre-recorded.
So this is live.
Shows, but a couple pre-recorded episodes here. And I went to Australia and I stole Roy's shirt right off his back. That was a very expensive trip just to get a T-shirt. You know, I could do the old saying. You know, I went to Australia and all I got to show for it is this stupid T-shirt. But I guess we're competing with a basketball game on the Final Four, according to Woody. So we'll go in here and say hello to everybody because that's the first thing we always do.
Yes.
And obviously, at first, a hello to the panel members that are here tonight. We got Randall, and we have Gustavo, and we have Roy, and we got Chuck, and we got Terry from Down Under. So we got two Aussies here, sandwiched in and we got Chuck sandwiched in between them. So Chuck, you got to keep them from fighting each other. And we got Anita Stewart's in here in the chat, and we got obviously, we got the Photography Adventures, who I don't recall seeing you here before. So if you're new to us, or I never noticed you before, I apologize if I never noticed. But if you're new, thank you for stopping by. Robert Varner's here, and we got Robert from Connecticut, and Woody, and Luis is here, and let's see. And I know the Bob was in here too.
Yeah.
Yes.
7:59. Yeah.
Yeah. So I appreciate everybody for stopping in. And when we get a few more people in here, we will start a discussion. We're about 16 people right now, according to my screen, anyway.
Yeah.
So when we hit about 24, we'll move forward, and obviously we have tonight. The show is 4 hours long instead of 3, so we have 83 images that we got from everyone, and then we're going to talk a little bit about the new Z5 II. And I'm sure everybody's already watched 25 videos about the Z5 II. You're probably ready to throw up about the Z5 II, but we'll do a quick rundown on it in terms of the feature set versus the Z5, which is really significant. And the price went up, but I'll tell you, $300 increase for what they threw in that compared to the old model is a gift. It's a gift. So hello, Ron from Photography Adventures. And Mozman just popped in. Hello to Mozman. And making sure I've got my laptop happy here. Come on. I think it is.
So when you get back there, so let me again. So this is the agenda for today. In addition to what Jeff mentioned, correct? And we reminder here on this slide of the upcoming events. So we have a special event next Monday, correct? Which is a presentation from David Stewart, right? That we're going to figure out how to ensure that you already figured out that, Jeff, how to rebroadcast this one, but with him. But we will try to do it. Then on April 19th, we have our general meeting. That's where we have our first presentation of this new cycle, and that will be from Luis, and we will have other topics out there. That's on April 19th.
I lost the connection for a second here while I was trying to just clarify that that what David did was he contacted me, and he's doing a low light photography presentation for the photo club in Vancouver. And he wanted to, they were like, well, gee, you know, we wish you could save it somehow so that people who don't make it could watch it. And then he contacted me, and I said, well, basically all I'm going to do is I put the thumbnail in there and put an event in there, and I'm going to turn it on. And David has the link to that event. And then he's going to come on, and hopefully he has everything hooked up right at his end so that he could share his presentation. And those of us that are gathering here tonight could hopefully watch it. It's on at 10 p.m. Eastern time on Monday, and it'll be live. And I don't plan on doing any talking at all, but people could come in and watch it and you know, leave comments in the chat if you wish to, but it's going to be David's show, and it's really just for to do something to help that photo club have a permanent record, and they can come to the channel whenever they want and watch that show over and over again, or anybody else can. So hopefully, and I know David's put a lot of work into the show, and he's not going to be with us tonight, just so everybody knows, because you don't see him here, obviously, but so it's going to be interesting to try it. We'll see how it works out.
All right, so we're going to stop sharing here and allow all the different panelists to tell us how they are doing. And we go back to, we wait until we got a couple of more people sign in before we start the review of the images.
So what's new in Texas, Randall?
Well, I picked up a new lens. A Canon EF 75 to 300 millimeter. It has an EF to RF adapter, and I got it on the R6 Mark II. So a guy on the stream last night, and Peter Gregg, was asking that he's going to Turkey, what lens to take with him. So we figured out the 16 to 35, the 35 millimeter 1.4, and then we were starting to talk about the 70 to 200 and the 24 to 105, and we came up with this one. So I picked this up today for $130, 140 with tax, but it's a good lens. I was surprised. So I put a video up with that, and then I bought this bad boy today, the Panasonic one right there. Here, we'll go right there.
Okay.
So that's the S1R2.
I was just going to say it's the R2.
Yeah. R2D2.
R2D. Did D2 come with it as a side order? You got R2 with a side order of D2?
Yeah.
But well, that's great.
Yeah.
It's great. Gustavo, I know you've had visitors this week.
Yeah, so not much. I have my son and friends visiting here. He came for a conference, so you know how it is when your family comes. So turmoil. I did do a little bit on the obviously some of the material for this presentation today, and I did a little bit on the channel. I mentioned that later on after we do the images and the promo for the upcoming shows. So I keep working on the channel a little bit. And I put some new lights for my arrangement here. So I probably said take a picture of how my setup looks from the other side and share with you guys. So hopefully that will be it still looks reasonably nice and not too many things. Correct? But I put a couple. I followed the advice from Roy, and I put the two lights, two LED. Let's see whether it lasts the entire show on the kind of stands that goes out of your desktop. So with a bracket, so it doesn't have to have a proper tripod. So it's hanging on the other side. So I sent a photo probably for the next show so you guys see. Eventually, I will put another following Randall a proper webcam above the camera from the screen, just to get better image. So that's what I have been doing. working on the channel and family. Roy,
Uh-oh, we can't hear you.
you're
We
mute.
lost your voice. Still can't hear you.
You're mute at your end, Roy.
You're muted, I think, at your end.
No.
Uh-oh. Due to technical difficulties.
There it is.
Oh, there you are.
I'm probably better muted anyway. What have I done? Very little, few videos. Accidentally sent Jeff a video.
Yeah, but I liked it. Now, how do you pronounce that critter? How do you pronounce the name of
Echidna.
that? Echidna. It's like a porcupine, right?
Yeah, except it's a
Looks
marsupial.
like.
Marsupial.
Same problems with the spikes, but it's a marsupial. It's grubs and things.
Yeah, Roy sent me a video of that animal, and it was pretty cool. I'm like, wow. Actually, of course, you guys have interesting.
The wife
looking
wanted
critters.
it, and I was already trying to look for something to send Jeff some old files, doc files, and they didn't fit in the 10 megabytes.
Oh, wow.
So I got messed up.
But I got a free video out of it. It was nice.
I don't mind sending you videos as long as you don't mind getting them.
I was kind of surprised that Roy sent me a video. I was thrown off balance. He threw me off balance. So now, Roy, if you're down under, does that mean Terry's like really down under?
He's less down under than I am. I'm really down under. I'm right at the bottom.
And then we got our friend Chuck here. And is the kitty with you?
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
he's
right
passed
here
out.
behind me. Yeah, he's out of it. Spent a couple of this week. Spent to two doctors visit, and I've got I want more than I want to use jets. I mean, I just I
You're
have
just
a good
tired of
time.
doctors.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've had a little bit of fun with them in the last week and a half myself. Not my favorite. Not who I want to sign up to see when I don't have to. Let's put it that way.
yeah.
And then and Terry, how are you doing?
Fine, sort of. Geographically based, I'm downer than Roy. All right, to be straight. Well, nothing more than just waiting for my Z9 come back from the clinic. He broke.
Uh-oh.
What's wrong with it?
I had it on with 180 600 coming back from a trip, and when I took it out from the car, I don't know how, I can't explain it. It slipped from my hand and fall on the concrete in the garage and split in two.
Ooh.
I panicked. I thought lens and camera was off. Finally, it was only the camera. I would have preferred to be the lens actually, but anyway. And yeah, yesterday they sent me the quote, and I believe middle of next week I will have it back. Otherwise,
That's pretty quick turnaround, because I mean Roy has had times where he's waited forever to get his stuff back. So
Yeah.
you're getting it back quick.
well, I think Roy he
About
has
10
sent
months
it
for the Z9.
in Nikon, isn't it? I think he sent it in Nikon. We have a very nice company here called Camera Clinic or something like that, and they're very good and fast on the service. And yeah,
Well,
I'm waiting.
so
I
you
hope
lucked out.
everything will be all right.
Well, that's good. Well, good that you're getting it back quick. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Bad that it happened.
Yeah, I give it the last Monday. Yeah.
Well, good luck in getting that so you can get back out and send us some more masterpieces.
Thank you.
And we got Jeff and Leslie in here now. I'm just going to go quick before we start the pictures. So Luis is saying he can't stay for long traveling with his wife. I'll tell you guys where in 2 weeks. Top secret mission. He doesn't want to disclose his location. Sounds like a spy movie thing to me. So why don't we get going with the pictures, and give me a second to get everything on the screen here, and we will get going. And I'm going to make it bigger here, and hopefully everybody can see it. I got to reset my screen on my laptop just so I could see what's going on here. So bear with me for a second. Another minute here and I'll be all set.
It looks good.
Always got to have some technical difficulties here. All right, not a big deal. We're all set there. So everything looks good at your end, what you guys see, and I will bring up my cheat sheet here. So I have the I hate this when you just have so many multiple windows up. It makes it difficult. Okay, so we're going to start off with some images that we got from Woody Mallory. And so this is from Woody. He says this is his first bird photo in the snow of 2025. This is with the D500, the 500 PF at f5.6, 1/100th of a second, ISO 1100, exposure comp plus 0.7, female cardinal. That's nice.
We saw hints of red, which for the female looks nice.
Yeah, pretty nice and sharp too.
Yes,
nice and sharp. And then because he had to outdo that, Woody decided to, well, how can I top this? So he says, well, I guess I'd be forced to send an eagle shot. So I'm sorry he felt we had to twist his arm. He had to send us an eagle shot. And this is, he says, at Clater Lake in Virginia. He says there were some snow flurries. It was around 10 degrees. And this is with the D500 with the Tamron G2 at 200 millimeters.
Okay.
Beautiful. And Woody, this is another from one of those capture in your eagles that you photograph when they get released, correct? Yeah, I think yeah. So Woody is the kind of official photographer for a rescue place that deals with eagles.
Yeah, we have a Birds of Prey, a place called Birds of Prey, actually, where they try to save. There's so many owls down here. They get tagged by cars. It's ridiculous. Most of them don't make it, but people bring eagles there. They have eagles. They have all sorts of raptors. They have a lot of owls, and unfortunately, some of them become permanent exhibits because they're not. They get well enough where they can have them there, unfortunately caged so people can see them, but they're never going to get well enough where they could survive on their own. But they do have a release program, and sometimes they release them down at Huntington Beach State Park, and the news media shows up, and they have the eagle in the cage, and everybody's trying to guess which way it's going to fly when it gets out. So it's always a fun little event. But I get off track here a little bit. And that now, because Woody wants to have us bounce all over the place, is the third image is of a surfer.
Oh,
So birds to surf,
Nice
birds to
point
surf.
of view.
He says this is at OBX, which means nothing to me because I'm not a surfer. This is with the D7100 F11 at 1/320th of a second. So he was able to, at 1/320th, he was able to capture and freeze the water pretty darn good. That worked out well.
and where's the location of that one?
He just says it's at OBX, but Woody will have to clarify where that is because I'm not familiar with it. If boy, that guy looks like he's got bad
Sunburn.
sunburn.
Outer Banks, he said.
Outer Banks. Okay. North Carolina. And then that's everything that Woody sent. So thanks, Woody, for sending those in. We appreciate it.
Definitely.
And then the next set of images are going to be yours, Terry. So I'll let you talk to them if you want to. I mean, I have your notes, so you let me know. But I'll bring up your first image here.
You can continue.
Ooh,
Okay, so that's not the first. That's not the first image. This is the first image. Sorry about that. I jumped ahead. So this is an infrared shot that he took with a Z5 full spectrum converted camera.
Oh, wow.
With the Laowa 0D 10 millimeter f2.8 at 10 millimeters, and he's at f5.6, 1/1250th of a second, ISO 100, and he says it's a simple swapping channels in Lightroom Classic to achieve the black and white with the blue sky. I've never had a camera that's set up to do that type of photography, but I know David Stewart obviously has that kind of setup too, and it's very interesting the results that you guys get when you're out there shooting with these cameras.
yeah. And Roy, you are considering doing that too, and so on your camera, correct?
Sorry,
You are considering doing some of these modifications.
I've got one already, but it's getting a bit old.
Okay.
DSLRs don't make good IR cameras really
Okay.
because of the metering system. I'm going to get my Z6 converted, give it a little vivisection operation.
And Terry, this is a different camera from that one that you have that you can change the filter in front of the sensor, correct?
Yes, there is. I converted first on infrared, only infrared, and then I missed the opportunity to have a second body in case I needed. And then because I didn't really know how the all things happens, and because I like almost every type of photography. The only thing I don't really like is the street photography. But one of the things I always wanted to do was the infrared, and straight away I changed the Z5 to infrared. Then I learned I could do it full spectrum and change the filters from Colari, and an American company, which you can use it for normal light, infrared, and I have another one is for star photography too. And I give it a go. I thought I'll do it. There's not much difference after that. And then I converted to full, and this is one of the results. Yeah.
Okay. You need to give us a presentation on that Colari and all the conversion. Obviously, it produces some very striking images. Right?
Yeah, it's really
Thank
pretty,
you.
very pretty.
Gorgeous. Yeah.
Now I'll go to a second image, which I inadvertently put up as the first one. So this next image from Terry was from Iceland, and maybe Gustavo saw this while he was there. I don't know.
No, that one. That's too pretty.
Heilperfoss, is that how you say it?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh wow, I got it right. I'm not
Yeah.
good.
You did it.
The Z9 with the 14 to 24 to Z14 to 24 f2.8 lens, and he's at 14 millimeters, f16, 1/13 of a second, and ISO 64. So I'm assuming at 1/13 of a second you weren't checking out image stabilization testing, were you? You were on a tripod, I assume.
I always on tripod because I wanted to give a little bit of movement on the water.
Yeah.
That's beautiful, Terry. Beautiful.
Yeah. I mean,
Thank you. Thank,
that
the
just
colors in my screen is really bad, actually. I hope it is better on your screens.
it looks nice. It looks really nice. Really nice.
Good.
It's
I'm happy with that.
Terry, this was a single image, or
Yes, it is.
Oh, wow.
yeah. Yeah, it's you know,
I think I have cropped it a little bit on top. I'm not absolutely sure. I can't remember. If
The-
it isn't 3x2, it is a little bit cropped, but a little bit. If
yeah.
and the dynamic range is fantastic.
Yeah, it's just so nice. That's
beautiful
like
place.
one that a very relaxing photo. Now he sent two pictures of the same subject matter, which became a point of contention, I guess, in the family. So we're going to put up the first one here, the first version, and he says this is a pier from Mentone Beach in Melbourne. He says, which his better half declared as hers, and it was going to go on her wall in her living room on a canvas.
Beautiful.
And Terry's intention was for a black and white, but she decided the color is the one. And then he writes down, "What do you believe?" So he took this with the Canon EOS 5DS R with a EF lens, 16 to 35 millimeter f4L at 16 millimeters, f16, 15 seconds, and ISO 50 with exposure compensation of minus 0.3. So this is the color version that his wife is putting on her wall,
Okay.
and then Terry was kind enough to share the black and white version. And you know what's interesting is when you do these, which will bring up the black and white, they each offer. They each give you a different feeling, you know. I think I'm trying to. I did write a comment back to him when he sent it to me, and it probably was something like the black and white. You really see the detail and the nooks and the crannies in the wood, but at the same time, when you go back to the color version, you get to see the changes in color of the water. That adds a lot to the picture too. So it's like both images, to me, have impact in a different way. And what I would tell your wife, Terry, is you need to have a canvas for both of these, and you have them side by side. And
not enough walls.
and anybody that comes over to your house is going to be. You'll have more arguments at your house that way. People trying to decide which one is better.
No,
I
thank you very much.
actually, Terry, I'm sorry, but I agree with your wife. The colors on the other ones are striking, right? So it's the colors add a lot on this one. I mean, obviously, yes, you see a lot of texture in the wood, but I think it's the colors that give you the punch in here. So actually, guys that are in the chat, if you want to comment which ones you like better, color or black and white, please let us know.
Color, and you got black and white. And if I do this really fast, I'll probably put somebody will have a bad reaction, so I won't do that. Be like those movie theaters that this movie contains flashing lights and you may not want to watch it type of thing.
But this is a good image in terms of it's beauty in the simplicity, correct? But there is nothing amateur or simple into the image, correct? Because everything is in the right place. Huh? So,
Yeah.
so Terry, congratulations. I mean, the one from Iceland before is a fantastic image. Without a doubt, we know that you are a great landscape photographer. But this type of photo takes a little
No,
bit
I'm
of
not.
thinking.
Yeah. So then because he got into the pier mood, he got into the mood with piers. So when he sent me another pier picture in
By
black.
the
and white.
way, this pier doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, did it get torn down or washed away?
Yeah. With the weather and everything, it's very, very old. And
Okay.
I have heard it's not exactly a pier, but anyway, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But it's not anymore. Only
Not
the
anymore.
first part is out.
So we'll probably find your pictures in some book that somebody will put together. Maybe
Yay!
maybe in one of your books you could put it in there and say the former pier, blah blah blah, whatever, washed away.
I think I put it on my black and white.
Yeah, definitely.
But you see all the different. You go back to the color, Jeff, so you can see the what makes the photos all the segments. Correct. So you start from the front, and by the way, Terry, you have to tell me why it's a little bit more illuminated in the bottom. But you have the first segment, correct, with the pier coming out of the frame and the first stump, and the kind of grading brown yellow color. Correct. Then you get into the sea and the blue, and then the pier doesn't interfere with the horizon. Then you have a beautiful horizon and the sky. So all this layering makes the photo very interesting to me.
Yep.
Thank you.
Very
And
good.
Terry, let me tell you, most of the people in the chat are saying color.
Color. Yeah.
So
Well,
so
as I said, my
you may-
better half
yeah,
said
you
there is
may
the color. Well,
you may have to actually tell your wife. I guess you were right, but I hate to admit it.
no, I insist my black and white.
Yeah. Now Terry sent another picture, black and white here,
Yes.
and this is he says from Collins Bay, Portsea, Melbourne, heavily post-processed to remove about a dozen small boats which were moving a lot because of the waves. So you have no of remnants of boats anywhere in that picture.
Okay. Milky smooth water. 20-second exposure.
Yeah, and this was with the Canon EOS DSR, again with the 16-35 at f13, 24 millimeters f13, 20 seconds, therefore the milky water, and ISO 100 at minus 0.7 exposure compensation.
Beautiful.
And then we got two more from Terry here. He sent in Terry's just a jack of all trades, and I'm not going to say master of none because he seems to be the master of just about
It is master of none.
anything he wants to take a picture of. He's a master of. But this is an architectural photograph. Obviously, he says with a knife edge building on Docklands, Melbourne. He says, reminding the one in many movies, New York City, Flatiron. Is that how you pronounce it? Flatiron. The Z9 with the 24-70Z lens, f2.8 at 24 millimeters, f16, 90 seconds. Therefore, the streaking of the sky due to that 90-second exposure, ISO 64. Yeah, see, a lot of people would just take this shot. They wouldn't slow it down like that so that you actually get the movement of the clouds. And
I was lucky because the wind was my way, and I noticed that the clouds moving this way, and I thought, may have a luck on that.
Yes, and it worked out well.
Definitely looks very futuristic, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Beautiful image, Terry.
Thank you.
And now he'll tell you this building was built in 1920 or something. As we say, it's futuristic looking. He'll say, "Oh, it's been there forever."
Futurism started at the beginning of last century. So
Yeah. Now, the last image Terry sent in is of this wonderful flower. This is from the Melbourne Royal Botanical Garden, a lotus flower. And so I know Jeff and Leslie are probably drooling right now looking at this image, because they know all the flowers. They're my go-to folks when it comes to, I don't know crap about flowers, so I got to say, what's this? What's that? I do know what a dandelion is, though, so they don't have to tell me what a dandelion looks like because I have them in my yard everywhere. But this is the Z9 as well with the Z70 to 200 2.8 at 200 millimeters, f5.6, 1/2000th of a second at ISO 400. So Terry, great selection of images that you send in to us for the show. We appreciate it very much.
Thanks a lot.
Definitely.
Thanks, guys.
Now, I'll announce the next two people here. The next group of photos are going to be from Luis. He sent in a few for us, and then Randall, we got some of yours coming up after that. So you can prepare yourself and have a shot of whiskey before your pictures come up. So the first shot here is he says this first picture is the oldest of what he sent in, is a hoary marmot from Jasper in Canada in 2022, and this is with the D500 with the 200 to 500 zoom lens at 260 millimeters, f14 1/400th of a second, ISO 2500 plus 0.7 EV. It's you gotta like the background with the trees in the background like that.
Beautiful.
It almost looks like that's a fake. That's like a green screen behind. There's a green screen behind this animal, I think.
Yeah, studio. Beautiful, Luis. Very good.
Yeah, very good. Now, the second image that he sent in is called a northern pig-tailed macaw in Thailand last February. He says he took this quickly from the car over the shoulder of one of his friends after he parked the car. He says he was lucky to have the camera ready to grab behind his seat. And this is the Z52 with a 70 to 200 f mount 2.8 FLED lens at 100.
I get that. Yeah.
I used my 70 to 200 a little while back, and I hadn't used it in a long time, and it works wonderfully with the F to Z on the Z mount bodies. This is at 102 millimeters f13, 1/400th of a second, ISO 4500. Yeah, for those of you that have F mount glass, don't be scared to put it and try it out on with an FTZ adapter. You will be pleasantly surprised.
Love the markings on the face of this macaque. Beautiful.
Looks like he has makeup on.
Yeah. Yeah, probably did. Probably just got back from the salon.
And this is a good example of those the photos that Luis is going to show us about Thailand, correct? So remember, we got that upcoming meeting. The only thing, Luis, when you listen to the recording, I know you were here before, it would have been lovely as well. I don't know whether you were to zoom in even further in the face of the macaque, correct? To take a full image of the face. Very striking.
Yeah, this is well, some would say this is a face only a mother would love, but it's pretty cool. And then he sent in a pheasant image. This is a male Cali pheasant taken in the early morning from a hide with poor light, hence the low shutter speed. Also
beautiful
from February.
Yeah.
Z8 camera with the 2 to 500 zoom at 380 millimeters, f7.1 for a little extra depth of field on such a big bird. 1/100th of a second, ISO 6400, minus 0.7 EV. And obviously, he knocked that down to try to not to blow out the highlights, predominantly in the tail section of the bird. And he succeeded.
Beautiful.
He succeeded.
And Luis,
Yeah.
when I present some of the photo from Hawaii, this Caliph pheasant is feral in the Hawaiian Islands, and in particular in the Big Island. There is a lot of them. So you will see some pictures of this in the future. But they're beautiful animals for sure.
And then the last image that he sent us is, let me get it here. He managed to get a couple of hornbill pictures
sure.
of a couple of hornbills, greater hornbills, taken in 2022, just next to the road in, I'm not going to pronounce it right, Kahao, Khao, Yai National Park. He said they were quite relaxed and gave him some time to find a
Beautiful.
background with enough green foliage. Yeah, because you're trying to move around and have as few light penetrations as possible with the background light, and came out good. Came out real good.
Those photos are difficult because with that light, coming between the leaves, getting a right exposure is tricky.
Oh yeah, you see, and almost, let's face it, any shots with gaps in the leaves like that, you're going to be fooling around with it a little bit in post. It's not going to come out. It's not going to come out perfect right in camera. That's for sure. You're going to have to fool around with it. So he just said he's going to take it easy with as many acceptable pictures from Thailand. He says, I might process maybe 2 or 3 of the best every day instead of a few hours of computer work daily as he shoots JPEG and RAW. He says many of the JPEGs are great for his species files. And he says the days are getting longer and he prefers to spend more time outside. He says he saw some 440 species of birds, 2 snakes, and a few mammals on his trip to Thailand, which Gustavo will be talking about that a little later, because that'll be part of the next show on the third week of the month, third Saturday of this month. Randall, you're up, so you don't know which ones I kept and which ones I didn't, but we'll start off. I'm always a sucker for animals, so
This is Dusty, and I am using the it's the Sony A7R5, and I have it at 300 millimeters, and I think it's at f4, if I'm correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
F4, yeah.
Yeah. So, I think it's in, I'm trying to remember what lens it was. I can't remember. But
It says Sony DT
50 millimeter.
50 millimeter f1.8, or it says or a Tamron lens. It's confused. Even the
yeah.
You see, Randall, too many lenses and camera combinations.
Yeah, I know.
I was going to compliment you that you managed to keep all these combinations in your mind, but
they say too many lenses, too little time.
But, what I was doing was a test between a high megapixel camera and a lower megapixel camera. And can you tell the difference? That's what the theme of that. And so I was sharing the different images. So, but look how sharp that is. I mean,
And that's at ISO 12,800.
Yeah. So, and it's amazing. And that's a 60 megapixel picture, I believe. No, those are JPEGs. I had to give it to you in JPEGs because of the file size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll just
Well, I
say
had to
hi,
convert
Albert.
them and-
Albert's
yeah.
here. Say hi to him. So hello, Albert. And your next shot, you threw me because I thought maybe this was something that you had in your
Uh,
house, but
it is.
oh, it
All
is in
right.
your house. Okay, I thought
Yeah.
that you were in a
Uh,
restaurant taking the picture.
yeah. But you see, they're everywhere. This picture is everywhere. So yeah, they just put a different frame on it, whatever. And mine is pretty big in the living room. But what I was doing was I was testing out a lens on the, let's see, yeah, it's 6K with the Nikon D610. Remember that?
Yeah.
I think that's Z-Wade's favorite camera right there for the DSLR. And that was with the 300 millimeter lens. So I think on that issue, I was comparing the 300 millimeter with a Sony version of their 300 millimeter on one of the videos. And some of the pictures I took, I was stating in there, I says, can you tell the difference? Can you tell the difference between a 24 megapixel camera or a 60 megapixel camera? And that was the theme. And no one answered me. I mean,
Well, I was just going to say, what was the response, and you didn't get any.
yeah, at least I got a couple of likes. That's about it.
Yeah.
So,
And then I moved on to your Tiffany lamp. My wife loves Tiffany lamps. by the
Okay.
way. So be glad we don't live close to you because it might have been missing the next day if I lived near you.
all right. So this has a special meaning to me. When I got out of high school, my new stepfather, my mom, went into the bakery business called Tiffany Bakeries in Aurora, Colorado. And they had these lamps from the store. But then a donut shop moved in and everything went crashing. So they sold the store, but she kept one of the lamp. And when she passed away 2 years ago, I wanted that, but I figured, well, I'll never get it. I came back. We're trying to settle the house, take care of everything. They sold everything except that piece right there. No one bought it, and I took it home with me. But I used the, let's see, now this is the Nikon DF, which is a 16 megapixel camera. Okay. It's like the original ZF or the ZFC, but it takes great pictures. All right. And this is at f4, and it's with that 300 millimeter lens. It's with that, I think that's the ED lens or something like that. I can't remember the nomenclature. I bought it used. The autofocusing is not that great, but on manual focusing, it's fantastic. So if it doesn't work autofocusing, I'll put it in manual focusing and it looks fabulous. So, and what I like about it is everything is black and you can see the light and everything is sharp. And that's in manual focus. So I was pretty proud of that.
Nice colors.
Yeah, a 16 megapixel camera. So, who needs megapixels? So
Mhm.
only when you're going.
Start an argument.
Yeah, well, when you go looking for birds and stuff, and you got to crop in, that's one thing. But
Yeah, no, I'm only busting on you because it's people forget what they used back in the day, and they didn't have any complaints back in the day.
so this one is the S9, and I was doing a night shot f4. This is the 100. This is the 24 to 105 f4. I love that lens for Panasonic, sharp, and so anyway, these kids right here, they got off work, and then they started partying and dancing, playing their music. And I just watched them a little bit, took a couple of pictures, and they were having a good time. So the gals were dancing in front of the headlights, and the guys were, on top of the convertible, whatever, watching them. But I thought that was pretty neat. every now and then I get up. If I can't get to sleep, I'll go driving around and I'll take pictures like I did the other night. So I do stuff like that. I keep busy. And, but I thought that was a great shot.
And then 5 minutes later, the police showed up.
Yeah, I was gone by then.
And then I think I got okay. I got one more here for you, Randall.
Yep,
And
the
I
American
really liked.
Yeah.
Really liked this shot. And my only suggestion to you is to get rid of that pole on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
The image.
So
And I would print that because I like the look of it.
Yeah, the
So-
texture in the flag is great.
yeah. So I took it out of a car. I rolled down the window, and I had to do it fast because there was a guy right behind me beeping his horn. So you know, you go in the middle of the night or early in the morning, and you don't think anybody's up. Nah, there's always someone up, and they're always saying, "What are you doing? Get out of the way!" So anyway, this flag, this was also with the S9 with the same lens, the 24 to 105 at f4. And I can probably crop it a little bit. It is a 24 megapixel camera. But, you know, you just crop, you know, the edge, you know, bring it a little bit closer. And I could probably resubmit it. But it looked good. The wind was blowing. And what you see, that little that's a little flaring to the right, and I think that was a light that was flashing from the building, you know, up toward the flag, but it was hitting the mirror of my side mirror, the driver's side mirror, and that was the reflection right there. So I thought I couldn't believe that. I says, "Man, that looks good." But anyway, so
No.
that's it. Yeah.
That's good. That's good. I like that one a lot. So thanks for sending these in. I know you sent in more, but like I said,
Well, I'll save it for next month.
save them for the next time.
Yeah.
You won't have to dig through your files. You'll have them all ready. But the next images here are going to be from we have Jim Eads sent in some real Nikon lover out in California, and then John Ishii snuck in a few images as well. So let me get to Jim's here. And I don't know if you noticed in the comments, Randall, Jeff and Leslie made a comment that Jeff said his wife worked at Tiffany's Bakery when she was in high school back in 1980.
Uh-oh. Where? In Aurora, Colorado, by any chance?
I don't know. He didn't say where. So Jeff, what location was the bakery at?
Because they might have been working for my family.
Yeah, that would be strange, wouldn't it?
Well, no, hey, it's a small world. I bump into a lot of people from the service and high school, and you know, they all end up at the same spot. So
Yeah. So Jim's first image is the
Kentucky. Okay.
this is the first stage jettison on the Falcon 9 launch over the Pacific Ocean at night.
Beautiful.
So he says this was a National Reconnaissance Office launch satellite mission. The rocket was about 100 miles away and 50 miles up at 10 times the speed of sound. Manual focus, handheld with an 800 millimeter lens at night. He said he couldn't supply the EXIF data because he accidentally deleted the original NEF file. Yeah. So he imagine doing that handheld. That's pretty doggone impressive, huh?
Excellent.
Yeah. Jeff, I think John is
He's
in,
in the green room. Yeah.
but I cannot, for whatever reason, we need to learn this. I don't see in the green room. I only see some people in the green room, but not everybody. So I don't see him. Otherwise, I would have brought him. So I think I see.
I could bring him in. I can bring him in.
So we need to still figure out this because I see you, Randall, what you're sharing, and myself, but I don't
Yeah.
see.
I just brought him in now.
Okay.
Um,
I still don't see
Yeah, I
it.
just got on. Yeah.
So anyway, we're learning, guys, how to do this. But
hello, John. How you doing,
Hey.
man?
Okay.
Jim, this
Okay.
was beautiful.
So I hope all is well in Malaysia.
Yeah, everything's fine. Tuesday, I'm going for my procedure for a possible stent.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring it up without asking you. So I'm glad that.
It'll be fine.
So yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing is for the person getting it done, you're not as calm. The doctor's like, it's like, oh, you got like having a cavity or something. You know, they do it so
Yeah.
many times, but for when you as the person having it done, it's a little nerve wracking. No, I'm sure.
Well, especially when you don't know what it is. I mean, what it entails. So
But
let's see what happens.
I'm sure you'll be fine, and we wish you luck with it and everything. And I'm sure you'll have more energy when it's all over with.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Definitely, John. So
Getting old is no fun.
No, getting old is. They call it the golden years, and I tell my friend Bob all the time, there's only one thing that turns golden, and I won't bring it up because it's a family show.
Exactly.
But Jim sent in a couple of bird shots here. He said the obligatory bird shots. He called them California firefighter parakeets. They're house finches. So he got a few shots of some house finches that he wanted to share with us. He says they were about 60 feet away. Says the skies were overcast, and he said the photographer is old, shaky, and sketchy. And f/6.3 1/800th of a second, ISO 640, auto white balance, aperture priority, autofocus bird detection with 3D and AFC settings, matrix metering. So he gave me all that information, but he didn't tell me what camera he used. So Jim, if you're here, what camera was that on? Z8, Z9?
I haven't seen him yet. So
Yeah. So this is the last picture that he sent in, was another finch image with all the seeds, all surrounded by seeds. That's one happy bird at that point.
and I like that he went into the bird. So beautiful. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it.
And John, your timing is perfect because I squeezed your pictures in next.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, your timing was impeccable. So John sent in a few pictures from Hong Kong. I'll let him talk about them. We'll bring up his first one here.
All right.
Nice.
These pictures, I took it from this building called, I think it's the International Finance Center, like on the 100th some floor, looking west sunset. And beautiful view up there.
Gorgeous.
You know, I mean, it's no big deal or anything, but I used my new favorite camera, which is the Z6 III, because it's so small, and the lens was just the 24-120. That's it, you know.
Beautiful.
Just that combo alone can do 99% of everything.
And that's a sunrise or sunset, John?
So that's sunset. Looking west.
That's fine.
And of course, you got to shoot through pane of glass. So
Oh, okay.
So that was in last December when I was visiting the in-law.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Hey, John, a real photographer would have just thrown a chair through the window and said, "I don't know how that happened."
Well,
But and then John was nice enough to send this shot in. I'll tell you, John, this shot would be if you made a puzzle out of this shot, it would take somebody a year to figure out how to make the puzzle. It would take forever.
well, you know, from up above, this is what the city of Hong Kong looks like. It's that dense.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's highly densely populated, and it just gives a great, cool look. It's almost
how many? Stupid question, but I mean, how many stories are these buildings?
oh, some of them are very high. They'll go up to 52.
Yeah.
Wow.
Any earthquake problems there?
Any what?
Earthquake problems?
No, thank God. They don't have. They're not on a fault line or anything. So
Typhoons. They had to deal with typhoons. So.
Yeah.
typhoons, typhoons for sure. But
So you took that one from where, John?
Where did I take it from? Same building,
Oh, wow.
Wow.
just on the
I mean,
other side.
Must have been on a hill or something. Or
No, the building is 100 and some stories high. So,
Wow.
I mean, all those buildings look tall too.
Yeah.
oh, they're tall.
Right.
They're
And you're in a taller
way up
building.
there.
Oh, wow.
But that's that's how those people in Hong Kong live. If you people complain about small houses, their
Wow.
homes are about 450 square feet or less,
Oh, my goodness.
and they got a family of 5 in there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would, with my fear of heights, I would have trouble even taking this image. 'Cause I would say, what floor are you putting me on in this hotel? I'd be like, I don't think so.
we took a look. We took a look at an apartment, just for the heck of it, to see how much they cost, and it was how many square feet? 650 square feet, and the cost was in U.S. dollars, $1.1 million,
Oh, my goodness.
and that's 650 square feet.
Kind of reminds you of New York City.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
worse than New York City.
Yeah.
It's more than New York. It's
Oh,
just
yeah.
huge money, but you're at the like 69th or 80th, not 80th, but 69th to 62nd floor. It's so that's why we like living here. I mean, paying a million plus dollars for a little over 600 square feet is crazy. But
Yes.
such is life. What are you gonna do? Make a
Beautiful
lot of money.
images, John, for sure.
But
Oh,
thanks for sneaking those in, John. We appreciate it.
Yeah, because it's been a while since I seen you guys. Because on Sundays, sometimes I gotta take off and do stuff with the wife.
Yeah.
Sunday morning. So it's good to be
thanks.
back.
Well, good luck with everything. I'm sure everything is going to go fine, and then hopefully you'll be back for the show on the third Saturday in a month.
Oh yeah. Diana will be posting. And by the way, that new GFX RF will be arriving probably next week sometime.
Ah, okay.
So we'll do a little, so what we'll do is we'll send you a couple of images from that camera.
Yeah, we want you to actually. We talk about that later, or if you are not here, you rewatch it. But we actually wanted to recruit you to talk a little bit about this Fuji camera, particularly that new Fuji with the fixed lens that you got for you and Diana. So we thought, if you're not here at the end of the show, watch it again, and you will hear us talking about that. Actually,
John, I got an idea for a segment for you now on your show.
Yes.
You call
Oh.
you call it when you both get the camera, have the video camera, and you have you and your wife in the image with you pointing your camera at her and her pointing the camera at you, and you put the title and you put Ishi versus Ishi, and then you share some pictures that she took with her version of the camera and your pictures.
And John, so that you know, anyway, in case that you, uh, the idea that Jeff wanted to have as a discussion point is to talk a little bit about the pros and cons of a fixed lens for the camera, which is in the new camera you're going to get, versus you have a version of this 100 megapixel sensors where you have interchangeable lenses, correct? So we want to hear you and Diane opinions on those two.
Yeah. Sure, because we've already used it for a bit during the touch and feel.
Exactly.
And the peanut gallery is always complaining that the Gen Z's always complain, oh, it doesn't have IBIS. Oh, it's so slow.
Dynamic range.
Yeah. Come on, guys. You guys are such the peanut gallery. They don't use medium format. They don't get it.
And you have the privileged situation that you have both of these 100 megapixel cameras.
Yeah, I mean, we've been using it for forever, and I use 100 megapixel for commercial work. I mean, what do you do?
Exactly.
You shoot products and stuff at wide open at 1.7. I'm so sure you get fired.
Exactly. But
You'd be out of
particular,
a
you have,
job.
I mean, the sensor in the cameras is the same, correct? So
Yeah, it's the same. I mean, so
exactly. So is the issue of you go for a camera that has a fixed lens versus a camera that you have interchangeable lenses, and how you guys, the two of you, use the two in what conditions and all that, and if you see any difference. Correct? So anyway, it's something that we wanted to plant on your
sure, no
your-
problem.
Yeah, exactly. So
Hey, I just want to do one shout out. Yesterday, I posted a video with Mr. Wu with this like 100-year-old Model 1 Leica 1.
Yes.
The one. Okay.
Yeah, so if you don't mind, please take a look at it. And Wu even shot a roll of film and developed it. So it's
I like it, that because
So
of
that's
comments.
that's like back in what 1925, right?
yeah. So
Yep.
so he shot a roll of film. He developed it. It looks pretty good for something that old.
Yes.
Yeah, so take a look, see.
John, I having encouraged Mr. Jeff to do the same with his collection as well. So for sure we will see from Jeff collection. So there's
Yeah.
all cameras being put to use.
Well,
I mean, Jeffrey's got that beautiful M3. Come on,
Yeah, well, I shared some images that were black and white, but it was with some film that I didn't
Wrong film.
care for.
Yeah.
And I got a roll of Ektar 100 in it now. That I haven't finished the roll yet, but once I get like 3 or 4 rolls of film, then I send them out because I get a better price. So I wait till I have like 3 or 4 rolls done.
Well, let's have a show, because I'm kind of tempted to get an M3 because they have one at the camera shop at YL. They have a double stroke for about, how much is it? About $1,800.
Well, what'll happen, John, is because of parts, what'll happen, and I'm sure it won't. Okay, I'll preface this by saying it won't happen. But if for some reason, if the double stroke mechanism ever failed, they would probably convert it to a single stroke because they don't have a lot of double stroke parts anymore.
Yeah, true.
But beautiful images, John, for sure.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right, you guys. Cool.
So the next images we got coming up, we got some from my friend Bob Repper, Bob Our Photos, and then we have pictures coming up after that from our friend Jeff and Leslie. So let me get organized here quick and bring up Bob's first image. This is a Willet, and this was a sand crab, and that it was hunting for. And this is just a single one, but if one of them found food, believe me, then all the others would come over there and try to steal it. So it was like watching a football game. If one bird got a crab, he would get it and he would try to run as fast as he could away from the rest of the birds, and probably drop it at least once or twice along the way, and then eventually just swallow it down in its entirety. And these were big sand crabs, because we actually got some pictures of a willet like last week, and the sand crab was probably 10% of that size that it got. So it was really small. So these were big sand crabs that they were eating. So this was with he uses the Z8 and the 180 to 600 lens. This was at f6, 1/800th of a second, ISO 2000 at 350 millimeters. And then he has another image here. You can see the legs. You can see more of the underbelly of the crab in this shot. And it was amazing. They just swallowed them whole. I mean, they didn't try to, pick the meat out of the shell or anything. They just swallowed the whole thing.
Like the bubbles of the foam in both of
Yeah.
that, they add to the texture of the photo, Bob. So I like it. Beautiful.
Then we were lucky enough to stumble across this guy, which is one of my favorite woodpeckers of all, especially largest one in the Northeast is the pileated woodpecker, otherwise AKA Woody woodpecker. So we were able to get a few shots. Get a few shots of this guy. 600 millimeters, wide open, f6.3, 1/1250th, ISO 1250, and so he got several images of the woodpecker. Now look at the chunk of bark that it just dislodged off the side of that tree.
Oh, that's great.
It was crazy. It was just crazy. It was just going. There he is, ripping it off. Ripping off
like
another one.
Beautiful.
But yeah,
And it's a small tree too. You would think you would pick a bigger one, put a nest in. But
well, it's funny. I think we both took some short videos, and I got a short video, and you just see the tongue. And the video I took, he happened to be on the other side of the tree, not necessarily this particular one, maybe another one, but he had, scraped off some of the bark, and all you see in the video is this tongue going back and forth, like extremely fast, licking up all the grubs that are underneath the bark. That's what he's going. That's what he's going after. But really. Good job, Bob. I hope you're still here. I know we're past your bedtime now, so I don't know if he stayed up late enough to watch it or not. But he'll catch up tomorrow. So that's it from what Bob sent in, and then we'll move on to Mr. Sluter. Mr. Sluter, what do you got for us here? He's got a inquisitive-looking male northern cardinal. Looking at the camera like you taking a picture of me, you gotta leave me a pack of seeds, buddy. You gotta pay. This is with his Canon R7 with the 100 to 500 RF lens.
Yeah, that's a good lens.
He's at 1/640th of a second, f7.1, ISO 2000, and nice blurred out background.
Indeed.
And then Jeff and Leslie they're lucky enough to they have open fields and areas they can go to where they can get wildflowers and stuff like that. So his next image here is of snowdrops.
Oh, wow, that's beautiful.
This is with the same camera, but using the 100 millimeter macro lens. and this is 1/1000th of a second at f2.8, ISO 100. How you doing, Patch? I got my dog next to me, wanting to get petted. Hi, Patchy. How you doing? Say hi to everybody. What?
So
You can't
Jeff,
talk?
nice and intimate photo of these of these flowers. I love
Yeah.
it. I love the pattern inside. That kind of look like a little ghost.
Yeah, like a ghost with sunglasses or something. I don't know. Yeah, it is cool. Wonderful,
Very-
wonderful job. And then he moved on to he calls it a winter aconite, ACONITE, aconite. This is also with the 100 millimeter macro lens, and 1/400th of a second f5 ISO 160. Yeah, and what's neat is because this is poking out from underneath the leaves, and so he captures all the surrounding the leaves all around these flowers, which adds a lot of interest to the image. You know,
Yes.
it certainly makes the flowers stand out more when the brown leaves are the background color.
Yes.
And then he got a image of a up close and personal with a crocus,
Okay. Oh, I like that.
1/200th of a second, f5.6 ISO 400, with the same 100 millimeter macro lens.
You can get a lot closer with that lens than you can with the Nikon 105 millimeter. I got
So
both
he
of
was
them.
he was on a tear. Jeff was here with the flowers. He had a good run of flowers, and he had nice lighting too. Then he switched. He was able to run across a barred owl.
Oh, nice.
Wonderful shot here. This is with the 1/500 at 451 millimeters, 1/320th of a second, f7.1 ISO 800, and
Fantastic. I love it. I love the eyes of these.
yeah, the eyes have that nice little specular highlight there in the eyes. Looks nice.
And good engagement there with Jeff. Fantastic, Jeff. Very good photo.
And then it's funny, you know, I can hear frogs down here. I mean, I get toads in my yard all the time because I got water, you know, in the back, you know, retention pond basically behind the house, and so I'll get a lot of toads. And but we hear the frogs when we go to the park, but we can never see the frogs, you know. And Jeff always manages to find a frog, so he found this chorus frog.
Display.
And he put a video up on his channel on YouTube of this frog. So go check it out if you have not already.
Yeah, great photo.
That's a frog that just has a gas problem, I think.
That's Satchmo.
Yeah. You need a little Pepto, buddy. You won't have a problem. You gotta have a little Pepto.
So did Jeff mention the species of frog?
A chorus frog. CHORUS, chorus frog.
Chorus frog. Beautiful.
And so that's it from Jeff and Leslie. We appreciate it, guys.
Excellent.
He's talking in the chat here. He talks about the owl. He says it surprised him. It was like 50 feet off the trail. They spent about 15 minutes with it, and then it flew to the pine trees behind and went to sleep. And
Beautiful.
yeah, Western chorus frog. Western chorus frog.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I guess the eastern ones look different. I don't know. Now, the next photos coming up are going to be from one of our
Hmm.
panel members, Mr. Gustavo, is next, followed by, let's see who is after,
It must be Roy.
followed by Roy, So we got double trouble coming up here. So we're going to bring up Gustavo's first image that he sent, which he kind of teased you with this.
Yes.
Boy, that's spectacular.
Yeah.
Iceland, right?
No. This was in the Kilauea
Oh,
volcano
Hawaii. Okay.
in
Is in
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
All right.
So you will hear a lot about that when I make the presentation, and the geology, of course, which I cannot avoid. But indeed, we were lucky enough to have some of the eruption when we were there, but Volcano Village, and we visited about 3 times. And these photos, Terry, as usual, Terry that do a lot of landscape. The best photos were the one in the blue hour, correct? As it was, there still a little bit of light in the sky, correct? And of course, all the smoke coming out of the volcano. So you will see. I'm preparing something for you, but indeed, that was one of the things. Now there was a photo before, Jeff. So you jump into a second photo.
I jumped ahead.
You
I
jump
jumped ahead. Yeah, it's my trigger finger. What can I tell you? My trigger finger. Here we go.
So this is the Mauna Kea observatory at the top of the Mauna Kea volcano. Okay, and when we make the presentation, so these are 4 of the different telescopes here. Right, so there's about 11, 12 telescopes. So we went there. I wanted to see. Obviously, it was a very clear day, so you can see Mauna Loa on the background behind the telescope with the silver dome. Correct. So you can see both, and of course, there was still some snow. So again, these are some of the photos. I would show a lot more photos of these. From when we had the presentation in about a month or so. So anyway, so this was taken, I believe, with I don't see my details and I don't remember. I think these were a lot of the photos were taken with the 24-120.
Yeah, this one I think you took with the 1-4.
Okay.
The 1-4.
Yes.
No, wait a minute. Let me back up. I'm looking ahead. This one you took with the 24-120, and the one that I showed prior of the eruption you took with the 1-4.
Exactly, and that was the 1-400 was very good because I could go from the volcano observatory house and zoom in and compose it around the photo. Actually, the next photo, the vertical one I like the best, but the vertical composition doesn't work that well in our show. So that's why I took this one. But you will see more of these photos. So that's my first photo. You saw already the second one.
Here's number 3.
Yeah, and Terry said that Terry
beautiful.
back, so you have to. So I wanted to see some of these sea turtles and visit a couple of beaches where they come to sun themselves. So I was lucky enough to see some of the turtles coming into the beach. Went back to the car, changed the 24-120, which is the one that I typically take first when I get out, and then I think I took this one with the 600 that allows me to chop, compose, and get in. Taking photos of the turtles turned out to be a little bit difficult because they're always with the head down, but this was as it was pushing itself out of the beach. So I was happy with this, and really a photo that I wanted to take.
Very nice.
Well, most people never see one of these, so that in itself is, even if you didn't have a camera, you'd never forget seeing it. Let's put it that way. and then you had a one final shot here you sent in of a very interesting bird-looking
Yeah.
bird.
So actually, that's one of the things that I wanted to see in Hawaii. Some of these endemic that are kind of a little bit in peril. So this is one of those. Not again, I will go through some of that when we got the presentation, but um, kind of went with a guy to this reserve looking for the bird. Actually, ended taking the best picture somewhere around the volcano observatory and the lodge there. But so a lot of these threatened endemic species of Hawaii. This is one of the target bird called apapane. Right? It was very difficult to photograph this bird because they are, they are canopy birds, and typically if you are looking for them, you see a lot of butt shots. Okay, so in this area when I was working on my own, I managed to get a couple of these ohia trees that I could get an angle where I was not shooting from the bottom, but I was able to get some elevation to take a better picture. But indeed, this is one of the things that I wanted to achieve. Hopefully, I will make it back to Hawaii and trying to work. So they got some wonderful endemic birds and so a lot of feral birds as well that are pretty interesting. But I reserve that for future shows and when we have the presentation.
Great one.
That's it for what Gustavo sent in. So as always, you got it. You teasing us for for a later show here with some of these shots, and then we're going to have some here that Roy sent in, and then he said that these images that we're about to see were all shot with the 180 to 600 zoom handheld, and
Wow.
so we start off with what he called a black pigeon, which I think is actually called a yellow-tailed black cockatoo, but black pigeon works for me as well.
It's a beautiful, Roy.
It is. I don't remember the settings. It was a whole week ago.
Volume is down a little bit, Roy.
Sorry. Okay.
He has a zoo outside his house.
Just about got a national park right next door, so.
Yeah, that helps.
Wildlife.
And then his next shot, I laughed on what he gave me for the photo information. He called the next shot. He calls Melbourne being mooned, and he literally meant it.
Wow.
He literally meant it.
That's cheap. That's the 180 millimeters for the city and 600 for the moon. Then pasted back together. I cheated.
You
Ah.
cheated.
Oh.
Ah.
Good on you.
Well, I'm glad when you said moon that you were really talking about the moon and not something else.
And that was from your deck, correct, Roy?
Yep. Everything's from within about 50 feet of where I am now.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
that's gorgeous. Yeah.
Love the photos, Roy.
I don't travel much.
So then, Roy goes from started off with the black pigeon, and then he says, "Well, I got to be fair here. I got to show the white pigeon." So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Roy, I think this is called the sulfur crested cockatoo. I think.
It is
Yes.
Yes. The noisy.
And
very noisy.
so Roy got a couple. You got a couple pictures of this guy. This one. Now I hope you weren't really. Okay, it says you were at 250 millimeters with the 180 to 600, so at least it wasn't on top of you, ready to peck your lens. 1/320th of a second at f5.6 ISO 320.
Beautiful.
That's quite the face, man. and then he's got a full shot of him here.
Yes.
This was at 480 millimeters at f11. Oops, what happened? F11, ISO 200, 1/500th of a second.
Beautiful.
Lovely birds. Very destructive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you keep feeding them so that they don't go after your house.
So
It
then,
brings more there though. You get 50 at a time if you do that.
Oh yeah.
so Roy was on a pigeon run. So he did the black pigeon, he did the white pigeon, and then he sends me the red pigeon. And I think this is this the Australian king parrot?
Plenty of pigeons around.
Yep. Close enough. I think
Close
it's
enough.
a Rosella.
And it's beautiful.
Nice.
Now is that like just on the railing off your deck?
Yeah. About 10 feet from where I am now.
Wow.
They take turns.
Fantastic.
Told you had a zoo.
Yeah,
I'd like to be square on, but I couldn't move.
the feathers look so smooth. It looks like, like it's soft and cuddly.
They're sweet little birds. They've got a nice little chirp. Whereas the white cockatoos have got a squawk.
Yeah.
They could wake the dead.
They make good guard dogs.
Yes.
Beautiful, Roy.
So that's everything from Roy. So thank you for sending those in, Roy.
Excellent.
My
I
pleasure.
know it takes longer for the files to get to me when they come from Australia.
It's longer for me to get the effort to
Probably.
do them.
Yeah. Now we got a few images from someone new. I don't see him in the chat. This gentleman named Ron Durant, a new visitor who lives in Tennessee. So where Chuck wants to be. So he says, I mentioned to him that my cousin lives in Collierville, Tennessee now. She lived in Virginia Beach. Grew up next to me in Connecticut, and then eventually, when she got married, moved to Virginia Beach because her husband at the time was in the service, and now she lives in Collierville, Tennessee, and he's in Tennessee. So I thank you, Ron, for sending in your first images to the photo review here, and we'll bring up your first one.
Oh, wow.
Jeff,
Nice.
Ron is in the chat under, I believe, Photography Adventures.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, Ron, you threw me with the title there. Okay, great. Thank you, sir.
Beautiful.
So this is Ron. Do you want to elaborate in the chat on this image? Is this a
Beautiful.
is this a multiple shot image, or is this just a single shot? Is this HDR, or how did you do this one? But beautiful shot, wonderful color. I like how you anchored the corner of the image with that private property sign. Is a nice way to kind of lock the edge of the image in there with that kind of semi broken down fencing.
Yeah. So you can see the sun in the horizon on the right hand side with the orange clouds above it.
Yeah,
I just noticed that. Wow.
yeah.
Nice timing. Very nice
Yeah.
timing.
Yeah, I used to, when I lived in Connecticut, that's what I like to do was you think I only do birds, but in my other life in New England, I was trying to take shots half as good as this. This is wonderful.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And then he sent in a nice, cute little bird shot
Rocket
here.
shot.
Nicely done. Oh,
A lot of detail.
jumping ahead here. Stop moving the mouse around too much here. But yeah, this is a wonderful shot. A lot of detail in the eyes, the feathers.
Presume that is a house sparrow, correct? Sparrows are difficult, but nice shot, nice
Yeah.
composition.
Very good. And then he sent in this nice reflection shot.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Very nice.
That's what I miss, Ron, is at least in Tennessee, you have trees that change colors. Here in Myrtle Beach, we don't get any of that.
No.
I miss the fall big time. That's the one thing,
In Australia too.
one time of the season in New England that I miss the most is the fall.
And the reflection make the photo, right?
Oh yeah, and you're lucky. I mean, you had the perfect day. You didn't have any breeze. I mean, that water is flat. That water is perfectly flat.
Terry, I don't know did you notice that, but I always notice that I think it had to do because of the polarizing nature of the reflection. But the reflection always has nicer color than the non-reflective part of the photo. Always more vivid colors. But I think it had to do with the reflections polarize the light as well.
Yeah, so this was we took this one at 1/4 of a second, f8 ISO 1000 with a 70 to 200 millimeter f2.8 lens at 102 millimeters. So he was a little bit away from it, but wonderful job. Nice framing, very well done. Nice shot.
He's saying
State
that
park.
he's saying that this is a state park near his house in Tennessee.
Lucky you.
So because now we know that Ron is AKA Photography Adventures, and Woody has stated that been following Ron's channel for a long time. Check him out. Check out his channel.
I'm going to do that.
And look at his work. So once again, Photography Adventures, and look at more of his work because he does a wonderful job. Good job, Ron, and thank you so much for joining the show. We appreciate it.
Okay.
So the next images that we have, we've got a handful of images from Anita Stewart, and then we have some from Robert Rosato, who I used to work with in Connecticut in a past life. In my past.
By the way, Jeff, before you move to Anita, because I was wondering that I think Ron mentioned that there is a house on the other side of the bridge, and that's why you see that kind of little bluish area that is a smoke
Like a smoke.
of the house.
Okay.
On the right side, you can see the
Yep.
couple of puffs of smoke.
Couple puffs. Okay. Yeah.
I was
Like a
wondering.
blue.
what
I
is
saw the
this?
bluish tinge, but I wasn't sure what that was from.
Exactly.
Okay. But once again, thank you so much for that. And I'll preface Anita's pictures with, I always joke around how I have a really big problem with heights. And so Anita had to send in pictures that literally, and I'm not saying this just to be funny, because I know I'm not that funny, but I'm being honest here. When I looked at these pictures one after another, I actually started getting like, oh man, this is freaking me out because I don't like heights. So you're going to see what I'm talking about in a second. This is a series of photos that she took of ice climbers. Now, if you don't like heights, you don't want to look at a picture like this where you see the bottom and you see human beings that look like the size of like 5-year-old kids with their lines going up to the top, climbing this ice. She took these in Johnston Canyon, which is in Banff, Banff, Banff National Park. And she says it requires walking to get to these falls. She says the trail is maintained to some extent in the winter. There's snow and ice buildup on parts of the trail. Ice cleats are recommended. She used the D750 with the 24-70 f2.8 lens. All photos were shot at f11 with an ISO of 125 and handheld, as it was treacherous enough without carrying a tripod. She says this was her first winter trip to the falls, and sheer luck that she got to witness the ice climbers. Like she said, 1/25th of a second at 24 millimeters. So we're going to share the sequence of images here, and the only thing that changes is the focal length. And so this is the first shot, and then here you see them a little bit larger, and definitely these people need to see a doctor. But anyway,
They going up there.
don't yeah. And I think with this shot, she was at 70 millimeters. And the same thing with this following shot. And this next shot was at 1/20th of a second, no less. Right here.
I like green.
That's someone that like stops partway up and says, "Was I?" And says, "Do I really want to be doing this today? Is this what I really want to do?" And then let's see. This one is this next shot is at 70 millimeters, and the last shot's at 50. So here you can see where they're roped off at the top.
Almost on the clinic.
And so that's. And here you have one is at the top first, and the other person is catching up. And good luck to them.
Great work, Anita. Beautiful colors on the frozen cascade. Great photo. My favorite is the first one, Anita. When you see the deep blue pool in the bottom.
Yeah, it's that this first one, that point of reference of don't
Everything.
sneeze while you're climbing. And then I like this because it's like, okay, you finally made it to the top. You succeeded. The question is now, when you get to the top, are you walking to your car or do you got to go back down again? Good shots. Really nice shots, Anita. Thank you so much for sending those in.
Always.
And our next images are from Rob Rosado. Now, Rob, he works at what used to be a United Technologies company. Space. We had many different names, Space Systems or whatever. A lot of work with NASA. Rob works a lot with NASA, and he had not had a chance to send us any images lately in the photo reviews because his work has just been crazy for him. And one thing that Space Systems does that he participates in, and I applaud him for this, and I want to call it out, is Space Systems sponsors a robotics team. So there are engineers and people of various disciplines within the company that volunteer their time, and I mean a lot of time, and help high school robotics teams create some robots. And then there is a competition with these teams from different schools that people can go and see the competition. And he says they met 7 days a week between the beginning of January and into April. He says, so it's like having two jobs, and therefore he hasn't really had any time for photography. And he flew down to Houston a few days ago to support some testing, and then flew back on Wednesday. But he says he brought his laptop with him so he could rummage through some old photos over the weekend to see what he could send for this show. And so the photo you're going to see here and the two preceding it were taken along what they call the Rail to Trail in Cheshire, Connecticut in September of 2023. And these are green herons,
Mm.
green heron shots. So he says, finally, it got close enough to the edge of the pond, and he took this with the Z9 with the 400 millimeter f4.5 lens with the 1.4 times TC on it. Exposure was 1/1600th of a second at f7.1, ISO 1600 to 1800 range. This one was at ISO 1600. And then he, like I said, he has a small group of photos of this bird.
Oh, I like that one.
Yeah, nice color.
Yeah.
He's camouflaged good with the green.
Yeah, a lot of algae in the water. I mean,
Yeah.
blends right in. And then, of course, they always have to take time to preen themselves. Nice color. So then the next two shots that he sent in were from a vintage shop in Littleton, New Hampshire, in December of 2023. He was visiting there with a friend from New Year's Eve. They were walking around the downtown Littleton, and they went into a small local vintage shop. He took some pictures of some old wrenches on the bench, and then he found a cabinet that had some old photography stuff in it, which is the preceding folder or the next picture you're going to see. And he took these with the Nikon ZF and a 28 millimeter. He used the 28 millimeter f2.8 AIS lens, okay, an old piece of Nikon glass that he used with the FTZ adapter. And so this was the shot with some old camera and video equipment just laying around inside the. You see slides laying on the top. Little bit of everything.
Yes.
So thanks a lot, Bob, for sending these in. I know that especially with the robotics team thing going on, that your time is few and far between where you have any time to take pictures. So
Well, he need to send us some photos of the competition.
yeah, that's a thought. I don't know if you do have a chance to take any images of some of these robots in action or not, but that would be a neat thing to send in sometime if you happen to have any of them.
Exactly.
Even from previous years. But thanks a lot. And hopefully you'll have an opportunity to send in some more for the next show. We appreciate it. And then I got a group of images from our friend Joe Stroud, who obviously is a very busy man, and we don't get to see him as often as we would like. But he was nice enough to send in a whole bunch of pictures for us. He shot all the images that you're about to see were shot with his Fuji X-H2 along with the Laowa 65 millimeter f2.8 2x macro lens. He used a Westcott FJ80 flash and a makeshift diffuser. So the first shot here that you're going to see is of a green stink bug, which I've never seen one.
Yeah.
And he says he took this with the Fuji X-H2S, and he said he used that camera before he got the HX2, and he was deciding which one he wanted, and he opted for the non-S version because he said he wanted the resolution since everything is manual focus.
Love the details in the eye. The compound eye.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then the next shot he took of this is a let's see here. This is a
Got your long legs?
No, that's a mosquito.
this is a crane fly.
Oh,
This is a crane fly.
The blue
And
color.
Yeah. And this is the this
Wow.
is a spider that
Months.
eventually killed that crane fly. And you can see you could barely see, if you look up here, you could barely see the web going up.
yeah.
You know? You barely see the web going up.
Good intimate photos of these macros are good. Okay, you take the feet, taking all the distractions around make a hell of a lot of sense. So, Joe, very well done.
Yeah, he's got a few more here, but I don't think I got information on what they are of. But we will obviously show them anyway. Inchworm.
Wow. Ooh.
That's pretty.
Nice.
Yeah, two-handed. I'd call it.
Yeah, that's kind of like that's kind of one of those things. If you looked at it under a microscope, you'd probably have nightmares for about a week.
Wow.
Yeah, very nice
Web
work.
Also on the leaf. Yeah, he's been eating.
Yeah,
Just in time.
yeah. And then he's getting there's that spider. Now this is the spider who took this
Yeah,
spider. This
the
is the
jumping one.
spider on his arm. Yeah, those are the hairs on Joe's arm, I'm assuming. And the spider is on his arm, and that's the same one that ate the crane fly, by the way. He said.
Oh man.
So
Good.
he took a nap on Joe's arm, and then he went and he attacked and he ate the crane fly, I guess.
Oh
But
my.
really, really nice images, Joe, and obviously much different than what you have sent us in the past. So it just shows your versatility because obviously you also can take pictures of pretty much anything, and as you are showing us, demonstrating to us. So if you watch the show tomorrow or whenever, just want to thank you for sending these in. And the next images that we have are from Martin, our friend Martin Hill. And he also, much like Jeff and Leslie, he loves to take pictures of flowers. And so he captured this image of, because they're
nice.
called, the English name for this is called liverleaf. And I'm not going to pronounce the German. I'm not going to try German here. You know, the funny thing is I am part German, but I can't speak a word of it. But my grandmother spoke it fluently. And he said, it's called liverleaf. He says, because the leaves are shaped like a liver. He says, but the real beauty is in its flowers. They can produce dense blue carpets in some forests. Usually they bloom about 2 weeks after the flower. Oh, wait a minute. I think I went ahead here. Yeah, I'm reading the wrong thing here. My apologies. This is he says this is the same flower he showed last time, the St. Agnes flower. He says they represent early spring for him. This time it is an environmental shot. Took this early March up in the Vogelsberg mountain range in central Hesse. He says this was his dad's home turf, therefore it's special to him. It's a rough area, lots of rain and cold weather for central Hesse, but the spring forests, still lacking leaves, are so beautiful in the low spring sun. The mossy basalt blocks are typical for the forests and the geology. There are as the mountain range is the biggest basalt formation in Central Europe. He says you cannot dream it up more beautifully, in his opinion. This is with the Nikkor 105S Z62, ISO 100, F13.
Great photo with the backlight.
Yeah. So yeah, I was reading off the wrong part of my cheat sheet, so I apologize for that. This is the liver leaf flower.
Beauty.
Beautiful.
And he says these bloom about 2 weeks after the previous image that you just saw. So these come out 2 weeks later, and he says as now the previous flowers needed limestone soil, but he had to go to the neighboring state of Rhineland-Pfalz. Not that bad of a drive, he says, a mere 20 miles one way. He says he loves how they bloom in the brown leaf litter and give the forest a touch of color. Also taken with the Nikkor 105S on the Z62, F56, ISO 101, 1/25th of a second.
Beautiful.
And
See, I like the gold background too,
Yes.
with
Yeah.
the dark in the front. Yeah, and it's blurred. So yeah, front and back.
yeah. So his next image, he says, the new stars in his local park are these 4 beauties. And I'll pause and let you use your imagination thinking what he's talking about. And I'll bring up the shot. Boom. There you go. Pow.
Oh man.
20 owl chicks. Says they're just adorable, and photographers come in droves to take pictures. He says,
Oh.
while it seems bad that so many people show up, he says the owls don't seem to care, and the old owl is watching most of the time from a branch close by, but is rather well hidden. He says, anyway, even though the photographic value may be average, he still loves being there just watching. And yeah, who could blame him for that? You could spend a day watching those guys. They sit in inconvenient places in the trees, high up, with twigs in the way, but heck, aren't they cute? He says, I could send pictures with better weather, but this is the only time he had all 4 of them in one picture, and taken with the Nikkor 800 PF on the Z9, F6.3, ISO 1250, 1/200th of a second.
Beautiful.
And then he found a single owlet in a greener tree. And he says, yeah, they move from tree to tree. He says he doesn't know how, but they do. He likes his background better, but it's only the one owl, of course. And of course, this is another one of those images where, lighting can be a real pain in the shooting through the gaps in the leaves.
Although in this case, the framing worked very well.
Yeah, yes, it did. So he just said same location as the other owls, but a different tree. Also with the 800 PF, Z9 F63, ISO 1800 at 1/1000th of a second. And he says then he concludes his commentary. He says that's it for this time. He says I noticed the processing of the pictures might be off a little. He says he's evaluating new editing software, so maybe that's something he could talk about down the road. He says these were processed with Capture One. He says, I know I could have continued his Adobe plan for the same price, but he dislikes subscription models and he just canceled it. And then when he learned of their price increase, he says, I don't like to play this game, even if it is other people's money. He says it aggravated him enough to ditch Lightroom. Turns out Capture One shows less noise and a nicer starting out of the box. He says, but then their catalog handling is weird. He says, I don't know if I'll go with them. We'll try other options first. So as you, Martin, as you experiment and try different software packages, now that you've left the Adobe arena, let us know how your journey goes and share, stop by and share it with us. sometime if you can, once you've gotten to your end destination. So the next image, I got one image sent to me from Austin Rhodes, Ted, and Ted was one of a small group of people that went to. I'm having a brain fart here. Went to B&H Photo with Chuck years ago, and Ted is nice enough to call me up every once in a while, and he collects cameras too, and he's a big Minolta guy. We both really like Minoltas, and wish Minolta was still with us, but it is what it is. And but we get on the phone, and oh my God, my wife says, "Who's that you talking to?" Because it ends up being like a 2 or 3 hour conversation every time we talk. But really nice guy, and he sent in a picture that he took with a Lumix FZ80D crop factor 5.64. 78.8 millimeters, 1/320th of a second, f/5.6, ISO 80 on a cloudy, windy day of this osprey in the tree branches. So he just sent us in one, but that's fine. I'm glad he had the time to even do that. I know he's very busy, but Ted, if you're watching, I challenge you to send me two next month.
Greedy.
Yeah, I'm getting greedy. Now we got, let's see, the next images. I gotta move some things around here because of my software. So our next images that we got are from Scubarazzi.
Okay.
So he writes, this time he's back to current bird pictures. He says, as currently birds of prey are active, he got some action shots. So we're going to put up his first image here. Give me a second.
Oh, beautiful.
So he says, the kestrels in the monastery are back. He says, so the chances for new baby kestrels are good. He says, today there was a lot of action with the kestrels, besides of the pair who look over the nesting box already. A few weeks ago, he had 2 other kestrels that were fighting with the resident ones. He says, at one time, there were even 6 kestrels in the air around the monastery. A lot of noise and action. Unfortunately, it was already dark and the pictures are not very nice. But he says this first picture is of the monastery kestrels. The male just came back from the hunt and did give a lizard to the female as a present. She takes off with the lizard to eat it in a tree or on the roof of the monastery. He says, as you see, the European kestrels look different than the American kestrels. The female is less colorful and they are bigger. So currently the male delivers a lot of mice and lizards to his female. She's getting lazy, so we assume that within the next few days, the first eggs will be laid in the box. So he used the Nikon Z52, the Sigma F mount 150 to 600, 1/3200th of a second, f6.3, ISO 2500 at 600 millimeters.
Beautiful.
And
Very nice.
so then the next shot he sent, very dynamic. He says not only the kestrels have amorous feelings, also red kites are doing their mating dances in the sky around the monastery. They fly in the air in parallel formation, and from time to time, one of them flies up and flies down to the other one. It looks like an attack. The lower one is turning on its back to defend him or herself. He says, do not know if the upper or lower one is the female or the male. He says they look the same, only the size would give it away, as the female should be bigger. But on the pictures, he was not able to see their difference. He says the 20 frames per second of the Nikon Z8 really helps in that action, and also the focus works well. He says for such an action shot, 45 megapixels are also great because one can crop in. Absolutely. It's easier to nail the shoot when there's some space around the birds, as it's not easy to keep them in the frame. And this is with the Z8 with the 180 to 600 lens, 1/2500th of a second, f6.3, ISO 450 at 600 millimeters.
He said 380 millimeter.
Yeah, he wrote that it was 600, but the picture says it's at 380.
Beautiful. Anyway, fantastic.
Now his next shot. Look at those claws, man. Look at those talons. He says the little kestrels were not very happy that their big cousins, the red kites, were using their airspace. Here, the kestrel female does attack one of the red kites. The kestrel attacks from the top, and the kite tries to defend himself by turning on its back. The kestrel is much faster and much more agile, so the kite has a hard time. It's not really dangerous for them, but really annoying. He says the Z52 performed well, but the 11 frames per second are a little slow compared to the 20. But shooting with JPEG is not an option. He says one good thing with the Z52 is the smaller body. It's easier to look with one eye into the viewfinder and with the other one over the camera. This allowed him to see when the kestrel started its attack. Pre-release capture would be a solution, but he says we're back on the JPEG issue.
Yes.
And this is, like he said, the Z52, which was a camera that he just bought not too long ago. I think he bought it maybe at Christmas time as a Christmas present.
Yeah, he loved it for this type of work.
Yeah. And he used the Sigma F mount 150 to 600 in this case. And he's at 350 millimeters f5 at f5.6 ISO 560, 1/2000th of a second. So that's everything from Paul.
Fantastic action photo, Paul.
Well
Here
done,
comes
Paul.
Albert.
Well done. Oh, he's in the chat now. So hello, I see you.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, yes, indeed.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for stopping by. Hey, better late than never, Paul.
That's
Better
right.
late than never. Now, we're nearing the end here of our images. We're doing pretty good on time, so we may be able to cover everything we want to cover and not run quite as long as I thought we were going to. I guess I'm talking faster tonight than usual. So the next images are from Albert. Albert sent in a bunch of images, and I think this is, if I remember right, this might be the first time he ever sent me some images. So
And he's in the house too.
Albert's in the house. Okay. So he chose to send some black and white shots of urban street photography that were shot with the Pentax K3 Mark III monochrome camera. Furthermore, some of the images were purposely shot underexposed in order to conceal the identity of the persons being photographed on the street. So this is a series of 7 or 8 shots, so I will just go through them slowly and let everybody enjoy them. And then we'll wrap it up with a handful of pictures that I threw in, and then from there I'm going to take a 2-minute break, grab something to drink, and then we will go through, like we always do, all the images, 3 or 4 seconds per shot from beginning to end for people that showed up near the middle of the show or later in the show. They get to see all the images one more time. So let's look at Albert's here.
Oh, I like that.
Mm.
Very interesting photo.
Self-portrait.
They must have had a sale on toilet paper, or maybe that's paper towels. I don't know. Could be paper.
The
Could be
COVID
paper
again?
towels. There you go. Fire Department of New York. In case you didn't know that Albert lives in New York.
Yes. I like that one.
99th Street.
Very nice. Oh.
Okay, Albert, what'd you do? Like stand in the middle of the road and hope nobody ran you over, or what? Either that, or he had his head sticking out of the top of a convertible and somebody else was driving. I don't know what he did here.
You stop the traffic.
Yeah.
Jump
Everybody
from the
stop.
car.
I want to take a picture. This is with the, according to the data here, 1/125th of a second, f 4.5 ISO 800 at 50 millimeters. 50 millimeter focal length.
Good street photography in New York.
Yep.
I wonder if he uses a skateboard to get around. You know, a lot of them do.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't think he could get away with doing a Matt Irwin thing where he rides around on a scooter, you know. It's a bit more congested, I would think, in New York than where Matt is shooting from. But I could be wrong. Wow, that's neat. I never saw those. I heard of them. City bikes, electric bicycles. And then this is his last image coming up. Looks like somebody's on a scooter. Hover around.
Thank you, Albert.
Thank you very much, Albert. Very nice shots. Very nice street shots.
And Albert, we don't have that many street photographers here, so your photos are very welcome.
Yes. Very good, my friend. You did good. Then we got the last 5 images are from myself. Let me.
Who are you?
Who am I? I don't know anymore. I don't like to reveal my name because I'm probably wanted by somebody, or I probably tick somebody off on this show at some point in time. I don't know. So the first 2 images are, we'll put the first one up here. The first 2 images are of Bonaparte gulls, and
Nice.
this was very early in the morning.
Nice.
This was at with the Z9 with the 800 PF wide open at f6.3, 1/600th of a second, ISO 1000, and they like to ride the waves. So the sun was just coming up. I liked the moodiness of the shot. I liked that there were some dark streaks in the clouds still, and a little bit of warmth to the image. And I don't know. I just it was kind of a relaxing image to me. So some of these gulls would ride the waves, like
Very
the ones that
nice,
are
though.
sitting there. They'd go up and down with the waves, and then others would fly. Every time a wave would come in, they would fly over the top or try to fly over the top of it and then land on the other side where it was, smoother and flatter. So that's the next shot is a pair that we're trying to get out of the way.
Very nice. And the perspective is very good, Jeff, because
Very good.
you are
Very nice.
low and you are almost at the level of the wave. I presume you were were you shooting from the shoreline or you were shooting from
From the shoreline, yeah.
Wow.
And I like this because one's like, ha ha, I got over the top, and the other one's saying, oh
Yeah.
no, I'm gonna get a bath. I'm gonna get a saltwater bath.
surfing?
Surfing, yeah. See, this is where see, Gustavo, I should have sent you this picture because you're the Photoshop geek. I'm not. And I should have sent you this shot, and I should have said, hey, could you put a surfboard under that one in the foreground for me?
Yeah,
That would have been pretty good. Maybe I'll send you this picture anyway, and you can try to put a surfboard under it for another show.
Yeah, beautiful.
So
Like the other one.
So this next shot was a location that Bob and I went to for the first time.
Oh,
This is a killdeer, and this was in a place called Santee Coastal Reserve. It's a wildlife management area in McClellanville, South Carolina. It's 24,000 acres. The place is, we're not young whippersnappers. We can't, you've got, some trails that are 5-mile loops, 10-mile loops or whatever. It's broken down, and you have, they're all dirt roads for walking on, no cars. I think, we got to find out if we could ride our electric bikes on them, because the next time we go, maybe we bring our electric bikes to make it easier on our knees. But we walked a little ways, and this was a day after a storm. So unfortunately, there were not a lot of birds around. That tends to be what happens down here, is if we have a real heavy storm the following day, the birds haven't really come back, yet to the roost, if you know what I mean. And so there were only a handful of birds, and I normally wouldn't frame a shot this way per se, but
Why not? That makes perfect sense.
I did it
Nice.
to show.
Love this.
I did it more to show the, this was shot at f7.1 with the 800 PF, so it was almost fully wide open. 1/1600th of a second, ISO 900, and I wanted to just show the narrow band of focus, so that and I figured I'd crop it this way so you see the foreground blurry, the little strip where the bird is sharp, and then you got the background blurry behind it. It's something that I like to do with a lot of pictures, especially with
Yes,
the smaller
let
birds.
me tell you one thing here, correct? So I'm going to give you a compliment, correct? But don't take it bad, correct? I mean, these pictures and the ones that you showed before, even today, but the one that you have been showing, it shows your evolution as a wildlife photographer. Because you see that the tendency in the past for all of us, including myself, will be to go into the, get a portrait. And the portrait will have been nice. So I presume it's a killdeer.
Yep, killdeer. Yep.
But this photo is better than a portrait shot in around the deer. Because what makes it better is the environment, correct?
Yes,
So,
it's more of an environmental shot
environmental.
than just
portrait.
focusing on a bird.
so that shows, and hopefully that's what we see from everybody here. I mean, we have wonderful photographers that are very mature here, correct? But what I like to see is the evolution of us as a photographer. This is much better if you compare, Jeff, what you're doing now with what you were doing 2 years ago. These are image-wise, these are much better pictures.
So basically, you're saying I sucked before, but now I'm okay. That's all right.
I know you were going to take that angle. No, these are wonderful, Jeff. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know what you're
yeah.
saying. I try to take. I do. I actually, I do
It's a
take more.
compliment.
I do take more environment. I take more environmental shots
But it's not the
than
environmental
you
shot.
think, but I don't share them.
No. But
It's
Jeff,
what?
it's not the environmental shot because environmental shot can be lousy too.
Yeah.
Correct? It, what people forget about bird photography, it is still about photography.
Yeah. Oh
Right?
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not. It's of course a beautiful bird is like a beautiful model that always has produced a good image, but to get an image that is attractive without the bird being particularly attractive, that's photography, correct? So I know that you take it as a compliment, correct? We are
Oh
friends. We
yeah.
know each
Yeah. I
other.
know, but I don't
And
want
that's the evolution that we have. Look, I make those. I make the. I want to make the choices that you're making now. This makes sense.
to. Well, every time you go out is
You see more.
you want to keep getting better.
Exactly.
That's the whole part of the journey is you want to keep getting better all the time.
Exactly.
And you got to look at things a little differently. You got to try different angles, use different lenses.
Look, and there is nothing bird-wise more boring than a seagull, correct?
Yeah.
Your first image on this sequence, fantastic as an image, correct?
Mhm.
We are photographers. The bird come after.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Now this
And that's
place
what people
is,
don't understand.
yeah, I mean, instead of doing portraits of people and posing them and stuff like that, you're trying to do it with wildlife.
Of course, but even if you photograph people, you can do lousy photographing of people. You don't
Yeah.
correct the
Oh,
same
yeah.
with the animals. So these are great, and you waited for and Jeff. It's not only taking the picture; it's you recognizing yourself when you look through all the hundreds of pictures that you take. These are the ones that are worthwhile spending some time. Correct, Terry? This is good, Jeff. So I know you take it as a compliment
Well,
because evolution. Right?
I appreciate it, especially from someone who takes
You know, if I don't tell you anything, that's bad. If I tell you something, it's good.
Now this place, like I said, this was the first time we went here, and unfortunately, I think we went. Okay, I took this shot in April 4th of this year, and now I can't go back there until the fall because we have the bugs coming out now in Myrtle Beach, and the insect population in this place, which is an hour and 23 minutes away from where I live, is so bad that anybody I know that's ever gone there says you do not go there. If we have bugs here, don't even think about going there because they'll literally carry you out of your car and suck you dry. So we can't go back there until late fall when it gets colder and the bugs go away because it's that bad. It's that bad apparently. So
Wow.
it's too bad that the only time we've ever gotten there was, after a storm and not a lot of subjects. But anyway, it was a nice place to check out and at least kind of get familiar with it. So the next time we go, we know a little bit better where to go, a little bit better where to look, Now the next shot, I got two more here. The next shot, this is my friend the mink. So Bob and I went out and rode our electric bikes. I finally got an electric bike. He had to wait 2 years for me to pull the trigger and finally get one because the Jetty's like 1.5, 1.7 miles from the North Beach parking lot, which, on a hot day, it's kind of rough to do basically over 3 miles of walking plus some in the heat, and this, we went on low tide so we could ride the bikes on the hard, wet sand and went out to the Jetty. And the first time we went out, there were 2 minks. The next time we went out, there was just one. And this was tricky because of the lighting was very difficult because you had the sun coming up and then you had areas where the rocks could be, parts of the rocks could be blown out, parts of the rocks could be in heavy shade. And it's, I'll be honest, it's a crapshoot. You have to they move very, very fast. You're going to have a lot of shots you throw away because they hop on top of the rocks. They dive under the rocks. They go in a hole on one side of the jetty. They pop out on the ocean side, on the other side. And they're just hard to follow them.
Oh, yeah.
And track them. And they're constantly either in full shadow or full light, or when you can get one that is still for even a second and you're able to get it like this, you feel very, very lucky. And luckily the face is nice and sharp, the whiskers, the subject is nice and sharp, and the lighting is reasonably good.
Yeah.
But
these are intrinsically difficult to photograph.
yeah, many of the images get, as they say, thrown out in the round file.
Exactly.
And my last image is of the same fella that Bob took pictures of, is pileated woodpecker.
Yeah.
And here I got it with grubs in its mouth.
Oh, beautiful.
And so this is with the Z9 and the 800 PF as well, wide open, 1/1250th of a second. This is at ISO 2800, so there wasn't. And the problem with, and we try to talk about our photos. We all try to talk about our photos, and this is why I like to get people to tell me stories about their photos, because your photos tell a story. Something means a lot to you, or what have you. Like Randall had a story about the Tiffany lamp, right? So pictures have a story, and with something like these woodpeckers, typically the lighting, Gustavo will tell you, the lighting for these is normally a nightmare.
Yeah.
They're tucked in, usually far into the tree line. You got a lot of shadows. You got poor lighting. And you have a lot of open, you got a lot of hot spots, right?
Yeah.
You get a lot of hot spots from the sun shining through a forest that doesn't have, there's a lot of dead trees in this park. So sometimes, you see leaves in the background, but what you're not seeing is probably 100 dead trees that are in the foreground.
Okay.
So very happy with this shot and the series of shots that I got. And I know Bob's happy with the series of shots that he got.
Exactly.
So we lucked out, but let me, I'm gonna
go.
How do I minimize this, Gustavo? If you want to throw up a slide, I'm just going to grab something to drink and come back.
So let's do this. Yeah. Come out of the presentation. Okay. Then I will share the agenda, talk a little bit about with the guys. I can go ahead and talk about upcoming meetings and what we're doing for the channel. And then when you go back, we do the usual thing, which is we come back to go through all the images, and then we can switch into the C5.2 discussion.
Okay, so I will move you on the big screen here.
Well, I will check,
and I will be right
there.
There we go.
So I will share here.
Okay, and I'll be back in a few minutes, guys.
So thank you, Jeff, and we will come back to the photos in a second. So we did the image review now, okay? So it's done. Fantastic contribution from everybody. Love it. I hope Jeff didn't get mad with me because I gave him a compliment in a kind of roundabout way. But that's what we are here for, correct? To see the evolution of us as a photographer, correct? And he's doing fantastic, correct? And I mean, we have people very accomplished. Terry, your landscapes are fantastic. And of course, we have Joe Stroud, and we have I think everybody's making those images from Anita were fantastic, correct?
Oh yeah.
So wonderful, and we converted Roy to a bird photographer. We finally managed to do that. So this is good. So let me, when we waiting here for Jeff, so let's jump ahead. So obviously we're going to discuss all of these and the rumor. So let's leave that. So this is a request from you guys. If you want to make a special presentation, correct? Please do so. This is some of the things that we have in the pipeline, correct? So you saw us talking to
John Nishi.
John Ishii about the GFX 100F. And John is well connected with Fuji Films and has some of the other 100 megapixel cameras, correct? And this camera obviously is one with a fixed lens. So we would like to have John and Diane to talk about how they use this camera, correct? Since they travel quite a bit to take some photos and which one they prefer to use of that. Then I have been putting a presentation for quite a while on remote triggering, when you can set your camera close to a nest or a situation like Kuarasi has there in Switzerland. But how to use that, and I have a new set of equipment that allow me to work even further. So please let us know of any other presentation topics that you want to see in the future. And as I said, participation is always welcome. Okay, we want to have. Remember that we're trying to transition this to be more like a club, correct? That to have people join the you know what they are doing, et cetera, correct? So reminder here of the upcoming live stream. So this will be Luis' presentation that is going to happen on I think I cannot see the date, but I think it's April 17 or April 19. The
19th, April 19th.
Okay? And we will have
Yeah.
basically the presentation from Luis, and then we will have our regular general discussion, obviously about news and rumors, a special presentation, which in this case will be the presentation from Luis. Then we have the photo gear. If there is any the people here like collectors like Jeff want to show something of the old cameras, and of course we always welcome to talk about techniques. And if anybody has taken that week a special photo, I want to share. Wait for the end of the month to submit it for the next photo review. Then for sure let's do that. Okay. Then I'm working on this one. Again, it's not about only photography, but I will try to talk a little bit about the geology and the species, and give a little bit more of the natural history behind this. So you saw this photo today, or a version of this photo, so you will see some more, and perhaps even some video. And with regard to the channel, correct? So you know, on the ones that we recorded, that we basically decided to call this grouping that we have here Photo Lounge Live. I registered the domain now, so I created a Google account. So we will have a place where we can have some emails attached to this, correct? And we have a place to perhaps store some of the videos eventually, and some of the photos. So I can tell you I was able to register that, correct? So we have that thing for us. Correct? We still have stuff to do, but because it's .com, working with Google is a little bit more. So I keep you informed. Obviously, we still like to have your opinions and suggestions about using all the additional social media. Remember, we don't want to grow this channel. We want to tremendously. We just want to have this type of community here, correct? But obviously, exposure will bring some other people into the channel. So I'm open to suggestions on how we can take what we do here, this light show, and distribute them through perhaps other social media outlets, right? As well as I would like to have like an email list of the people that would like to participate that, so that we can also do some sharing through an email list. So if you want to be part of that email list, let Jeff know and he will put it out together. Okay. And finally, thanks to Terry, who provided us with another version of the logo. He spent some time working with my little two-dimensional logo, correct? And he created this other version of the logo, so we will have a chance to brand our presentations. So thank you, Terry. I appreciated your contribution to the show.
You're welcome.
So I'm going to go back to Jeff,
Sorry.
and Jeff can do the sharing of all the photos again.
Well, first off, I just want to let everybody know that, a personal word of thanks from me to Gustavo for working with me, and he's put a lot of time and effort, and we've had a lot of email correspondence, and we've had private Restream meetings, and putting together just those little 20 or 30-minute clips that we did the last 2 Saturdays, just to kind of keep you up to date on what's going on. And we're trying our best to not, as you said, we're not trying to be the 20,000 subscriber channel or anything. And to be honest with you, I mean, if Gustavo has that in his mind, then I have fun with that. But I'm not looking for that. I just want to have a place where we can continue to enjoy the company of our friends. I consider everybody here in the chat and on the panel our friends, and we want to have a place where people can go. And we're going to have, like I said, as we've talked many times, the 2 shows per month. The one we're doing now, the first Saturday of every month, with the image review. We're calling it the image review now. And then we have the live discussion show that would be on the 3rd Saturday of every month. That's going to be a 2-hour show. And Gustavo and I will be working together on that. But he's put a lot of effort into this, doing the thumbnail, trying to create a backup plan of having another, if I suddenly get hit by a car tomorrow, or if an alligator decides I'm a good appetizer one day while I'm out there taking pictures, he'll have another medium in which to continue a show in with my permanent absence, because one never knows what could happen in life, right? I mean, we know that firsthand, how things can change rather quickly. But I want to thank him personally for the time and the effort he's put in. Really appreciate it. And like he said, we want people to share stuff, and don't get hung up on, we can only show a picture on the first Saturday of every month. That's not the case. I mean, we don't want to show 100 pictures a week or twice a month, 100 plus pictures or what have you. But you got a shot that you took that just like knocks the socks off you, and you just are itching to share it with your friends in the community. Zing the picture over to me, man, and we'll be more than happy to show it on the show. And then you come in and take the link, and you come on and you talk about it and shot, or how you were lucky enough to be in the right place at the right time. I mean, this is all about sharing information and enjoying each other's company. That's what the show has always been about, and we want to keep it that way. And down the road, forward thinking. Gustavo likes to push my buttons a little bit about forward thinking. But if we get an individual that has shared values to what we have had on a combination of Chuck starting it and me, trying to keep it going, and then Gustavo working with Chuck when he came back, and me still doing this, and we find someone with a common interest, someone hopefully that's already involved with our group, that wants to eventually down the road do something like a Wednesday show or something that covers a European audience. I mean, we would entertain that and be able to set them up the same way that Gustavo and I are working together, where
exactly
he has shared control of the buttons on the screen that you guys can't see right now. And it allows flexibility. It allows if one of us has a wedding to go to or something, or an event occurs, that if someone else is available, they could come on and run the show. And that's what it's all about. So let me go back to just doing the quick rehash of the images, and then we'll talk about the Z5 II a little bit. I got not as fancy a presentation as my friend Gustavo would do. Gustavo's still locked in that world of work. PowerPoint presentations, he can't get it out of his blood. I like drained my blood out when I left from doing that stuff.
For some of us, come natural.
I'm not trying to do a presentation for management anymore.
I love it.
But let's move back, and I'll bring up the pictures, and we'll hit on them from beginning to end for like 3 or 4 seconds a shot.
Beautiful.
And it's nice to just refresh our minds here with
So Woody,
whenever everybody did. Yeah. So these first ones were let me get back to the beginning here on my cheat sheet. Yeah, the first ones were from Woody.
and we would like more.
And then he went and threw in a surfer on us too.
Yes.
And then we went to Terry's shots. And I tell you, I wish I had something this pretty to look at where I live. Because I don't, let me tell you.
I don't live there.
Beautiful.
And here's the controversial photo. Should it be color or should it be black and white?
Yeah.
Black and white.
I think you lost, Terry, though, in the voting.
Yeah, I know.
I really liked on especially on this, like here, you're kind of used to using an ND filter if you need to, knock down your shutter speed, make the water look kind of foggy looking. But when you went an extra mile, when you decided to take advantage of the moving cloud cover to shoot at a very slow shutter speed,
The right time on the right.
this was
Yes.
really cool what you did here. I like that. Thinking out of the box, and it pays off. And then Terry does have a soft side, folks, as you could see.
I love flowers.
Beautiful.
And then Luis says, "I'm going to get this sucker." and if you thought this, and if you think this fella doesn't look so good, wait till you see this guy. Yeah, Luis entertains us with his travels and what he gets to see that many of us will never get that opportunity to do. And while he's doing that, Randall teases us with all the possibilities of lens and adapters and different lenses from different manufacturers on different camera bodies and what works, what doesn't work. And adds like I said, adds a story to a light, and the pictures you remember the most are the ones that tell a story, that tell that story. Some pictures don't have a story; you just take it because it looks like a pretty picture. But the ones that tell the story are the ones that mean the most to you.
And that's a story there, Randall.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Storytelling is an important. Well, I mean, think about it now. You know, you get into this controversy where some people say, "Well, I don't want a camera that takes video," and other people say, "I want a camera that takes video. I don't care about the still images." And having and doing both myself and having, you know, a fair amount of time, not decades, but enough time under my belt doing video. I get more satisfaction having an image, having a single image tell a story, or a single image strike an emotion from someone. I think it's much easier to do that.
After
It's
the
easier to
moment
do that.
when the painter takes
Yeah,
hours.
it's easy to do that. Easier to do that with a video.
Yeah. By the way, one comment that I want to make on the photo from Jim, aka the real Nikon lover, right?
Oh, the rocket launch here.
Rocket launch. He sent me that photo, and Jeff, correct? I mean, he submitted, but he also sent us the photo. That photo, when you have it in your iPad or you have it in a computer, I mean, here it looks great, but when you look at in better resolution, correct? It's fantastic. I mean, the quality of all the colors, all the texture that he got into this one. So we always have seeing these photos that we take here, not in their best, correct? And still they look wonderful. But this photo from Jim is a beauty. So anyway,
YouTube is not good for that.
Yeah.
and that's one of the reasons that I want to do with a channel, correct? That we be able to put something that in somewhere else that we cannot appreciate the photos for as good as they are, correct? As they will still be through the internet, but not necessarily all through the YouTube channel. But this is fantastic photo. So anyway, continue, Jeff. I don't want to.
Yeah, that's all right. And then John Ishii was kind enough to send us a few images from Hong Kong. And once again, John, good luck with your procedure that you have upcoming, and we all will be thinking of you. And
we need you back to put you to work on that presentation.
We need you back. And so this was his large cityscape shot.
Pattern repetition, fantastic.
Let me see if I just trying to catch up with my notes here. And then we move on to some images that my friend Bob took at the park of the Willets with the sand crabs. A couple shots here with the sand crabs. And that was really cool. I mean, it was funny watching them. And I tried to share the video of them that one night, remember, and it didn't work too well.
And the same thing that I said to Bob. I mean, these two photos of the Willet, very well framed, right? Like the last photo is the bubbles that make the photo. Yep. Okay. So anyway, fantastic.
He got a couple of our friend here as well.
That's beautiful.
With the that really one with the big chunk coming off is something. And this one where he's starting to peel off another layer. I mean, they're like crazy birds, man. They're like nuts.
Well, and that's the issue, Jeff, is that different type of photography, correct? So nature, we document the animal, we document the behavior. Sometimes we try to make a beautiful image of it, right? Those are all valid motivations, right?
It's funny, you can see the outline up here where it's breaking. Maybe he's trying to put it back like he's doing a puzzle. I got that piece of bark. I want to put it back where I just peeled it off from. I think it fits right in here. And then we had the peekaboo shot here from, I believe this was Jeff Sluter. Followed by, as he always does, wonderful shots of wildflowers.
I'm sure that Jeff and Martin appreciate each other.
Yeah.
That's just gorgeous.
That's really nice.
Yellow and purple, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's macro
purple
shot.
and then an orange color. And then who are you looking at? Who? And the frog.
Yes.
Yeah, he could find frogs. I can't find a doggone frog if my life depended on it down here. It's like crazy. And then Gustavo shared that's interesting. That looks like you stumbled across a place that you're not supposed to be at.
Well, I know
He's-
where I'm going skiing
He's
next.
actually in Area 51 right now, and they're coming after him. Coming after him,
51.2.
you know. Yeah.
That's good.
This is where my wife has to go to warm up. I tell her, she goes, I thought you said it's warm in South Carolina, because we do get cold here in the winter, believe it or not. And I says, well, I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't realize I have to live next to an active volcano to keep you warm. That's the running joke. And then Gustavo takes a picture of an active volcano when you know it. I love this shot. This is great. This is
In the
great.
rain.
Yeah.
Rain. And then this was from Art Bear. Ted. No, this was Roy. This was
No,
Roy.
that's right. That's
This is
our
Roy's
conversion.
black.
to
This is Roy's black pigeon.
Australian
The
pigeon.
black pigeon, followed by the moon shot.
That was very creative.
That's-
Right?
The moon
And then,
falling.
and then he went to the white pigeon. I like that. That's like, you looking at me? You looking at me?
Fantastic.
And then he got this beautiful red bird.
Keep the
Thank you.
fingers crossed, Roy, and I will visit Australia in a year or two.
And then we got a few images from a new
That's
person.
really nice. So
We got pictures from
he said
Ron.
we hate the art.
Ron Durant.
Yes.
Who sent
Like
us some
the-
nice shots here. We got that. He sent in the bird photo here. And a very nice,
He's-
follow this one up with a very nice reflection shot.
Yeah, beautiful.
And then Anita decided to make us all cold
Yeah.
and scared of heights like me. I'm like, man, you couldn't pay me if somebody said, I'll write out a check for $1 million, Jeff, if you'll do that, I'll say, enjoy your $1 million. And I don't
Nope.
want it. No way. Would never, ever, ever, ever do this. Never. And talk about a difficult exposure with all that ice,
Yes.
right? Because if you blow this out, we all know if you got to knock it down too much, a little bit is okay, but if you got to knock it down too much, your white ice turns into gray ice real quick.
Yeah.
It does not look good, and these are all perfect. Even have like a little blue tinge to it.
By the way, Jeff, lately I checked last year. I had some shots on snow, and the Z9, he did it perfectly without any consideration from me. I just shot as it was coming, and with other cameras, I had to push 1-2 stops over, but not with the Z9.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I
we know
other people.
we're spoiled rotten, right, with what we have to use. Spoiled rotten. And then I really do appreciate Bob Rosato, aka Robert Rosato, being nice enough to dig through his archives and send in some images with all the time he's had to spend at work. I know the effort that he puts into a lot of these programs that you don't get paid for, that he does at work, and I'm sure all the kids appreciate it.
I like that one too.
Yeah.
What workshop is this?
What's that?
What kind of workshop it is? Did he mention that?
He work in the air industry.
He
Eh,
works
eh,
in the space division of now what's called Raytheon Technology. So it used to be called Hamilton. Back in the 1930s, it was called Hamilton Standard because we made all the props for all the bombers and the fighter jets. All had props on them back then, made by Hamilton Standard. And then
that's
we
not
have a
his workbench. That is not his workbench.
that's not his workbench. No, he was on a trip. That's not his workbench. No, he ain't gonna show you his workbench. That's just a shop that he went into that had this stuff laying around in it.
Some interesting eh, eh, tools for sure.
And then we had Joe sent us. Joe thought we needed a stink bug picture, followed by what was soon to become a victim of this spider. And then he had this inchworm and the spider on his arm. I don't know. I wouldn't run around with the spider on the arm trick too often either, I don't think. But
Looks like a spider we have here. We call it jumping. They're jumping around.
jumping spiders or whatever. Yeah.
That's what I would call it. Yeah.
And then Martin sent us some
They're very small.
environmental shots here with some flowers in Balsat mountain area. And then this flower poking up from the leafy bed. And then he ran across some tawny owls.
Beautiful. Great photo.
And then Art Bear, Ted sent in one off of a Panasonic camera. And then Scubarazzi sent in a special lizard delivery to the missus. Nothing like a little bit of lizard to go with your wine. And then some fun aerial fighting. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's still a great shot with the wing.
Oh no, this
Yeah,
is
the markings and everything. Yeah.
Beautiful shots.
And then Albert was nice enough to send us in some creative black and white imagery from New York, live from New York. See, we could have started the show off with Albert's shots and said live from New York. It's Saturday Night Live.
and that's my favorite, Albert.
Well, if you remember
COVID
right,
again.
Paul Scubarazzi got creative with a globe one time in one of his photos.
Exactly.
From way back when. I remember he had a snow globe or something, and he used it to capture a reflection. And Albert's, walking around New York City and saying, "Pretend I didn't take your picture. Don't break my camera. I didn't mean it." And then we're down to the last few here.
So good,
Yes.
Mike. That's beautiful shot.
And my pal, Mr. Mink, I'll tell you, minks. If you never got a chance to see them, the minks are like voracious eaters. If you get too large of a population of them, it's a big problem. They wipe out ecosystems pretty quick if you have too many of them. Eat a lot of fish, eat a lot of crabs, and that's it. So as always, as always, we can never thank everybody enough for sending in what they sent in. It's greatly appreciated, and hooray to everybody. Good job, everybody. Gustavo got the fireworks. See, my thumbs don't trigger anything anymore. My thumbs aren't working too good. So thank you so much, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the images. We're going to go for maybe another hour, maybe not. We will have a little bit of miscellaneous information here. Let me go down through my notes. Gustavo may have extra stuff to throw in here too, and we are going to do a little talk about the Z5 II that just came out, because why not? Why not be the 500th person to talk about the Z5 II? Because hey, because I do it better than anybody else. And remember, you heard it here first. Yeah, sure. Wink, wink. I try to anyway. But a few other things, I just got to get to the bottom of my notes here. There was a really good article written in Photography Review. You guys know I like those guys. They had an excellent article about the old Nikon autofocus micro Nikkor 200 millimeter f4 IFED lens, which I'll be honest with you, I wish Nikon would come out with another 200 millimeter macro lens, because there's nothing like having that extra reach when because you could, with that lens, you could be like 10 inches away from a subject and, and really get a beautiful image of it, whether it be a bumblebee on a flower or a spider or whatever it is, and you're not on top of your subject. And that really means a lot. I mean, it's like I said, right now, you're using a 105, but let me tell you, a 200, if they came out with a 200, I would break down and I would buy it. I would buy it. I just wish they would do it. So Spencer Cox is the gentleman's name that works for one of the men who works for Photography Life that did an article about it. And, he was able to use this. You got to remember too, that you got that new, I don't know when it's coming out or if it already came out. You've got an adapter coming out by a third party that's going to be able to use the go on your Z mount lens and facilitate the old screw drive autofocus lenses that's supposed to come out sometime this year. And so that's going to bring to life, when that comes out, some people that are going to finally get their wish and be able to bring out some old lenses and use it on their modern cameras. And obviously, you're still going to have the limitations of the lens. The Z9 or the Z8 isn't going to make it a faster lens, but it's those lenses, as what Z-Way likes to say, a lot of those lenses have character, and you'll be able to bring that character to your images once you get that adapter. I just feel a little annoyed that Nikon wouldn't do it first. I really think they should have. I mean, I think it's kind of embarrassing that a third-party company has to give a certain percentage of Nikon shooters what they've been asking for a long time, and Nikon just didn't do anything for them. And I think that's a little bit embarrassing, to be honest with you. I do have a presentation that I'm not going to do tonight. We'll hopefully can tie it into with a future show on the Fuji fixed mount medium format camera, the GFX 100F, 102 megapixel camera. you know, and I really, I looked at that a lot. I mean, you know, I have behind me, I have some old medium format cameras, whether they be, you know, folding bellows types or my Connie Omega Flex camera or my Raleigh Flex, multiple medium format cameras. And the one thing that medium format cameras are known for is they're big, they're bulky, they're heavy, they're not something that, you know, you want to carry around for too long. And so that'll be an interesting discussion, because Fuji did think out of the box, and it's not a camera for everyone. And some people, you know, have already kind of dissed it and complained about some of the things that John mentioned for the few minutes that he was on tonight, about, you know, no IBIS, and it's not an f2.5 lens, it's an f4 lens, and we can all get into that. But I have a pitch to share down the road, and if you go, I noticed I went on Nikon's website today, and they actually have a category for cinema, the Nikon Cinema, and it basically has two camera models that fall under that Nikon Cinema trademark, or whatever they just came out with, Z Cinema trademark, which are two Raptor two red cameras that now have the Z mounted capability on them, and those are now categorized, as far as Nikon's concerned, as part of the first two cameras that fall under that category of Z Cinema. So it'll be interesting to see what goes on with that. And Matt Irwin did do a video about, you know, people got to calm down. Some of the red people are saying, "Oh, your red's going to go away." They're all freaking out. You know what? Why do you care whether it's called red, blue, green, yellow, orange? You know, what you care about is the equipment. Does it do the job? Does it do what you want it to do? And people get too hung up on the name.
There is no indication that they want to get rid of the name.
No.
I mean, they are promoting it a lot. It's actually the opposite, correct?
Yeah, I think they'll have. I mean, obviously,
Conspiracy
they're
theories.
still making red cameras and still supporting the Canon lenses that go on it and stuff like that, which they're going to continue to do. So I think they're just going to have two parallel paths. You know, one that's more in line with using Z mount lenses and future Z mount cinema lenses, and the other path that'll be there to support other lens manufacturers, or you know, a different tier maybe, or whatever. And I think you're going to have two paths, and then people just got to chill a little bit about it. So let me bring up my presentation here. Give me a minute. Like I said, it doesn't have the bling of a professional Gustavo presentation, but I did it on the fly.
Excuses.
I did it on the fly, and I don't even know why I did it, because there's so many people that have already done it. It's kind of redundant, but I spent a couple hours today looking at something that was an issue and bothering me about that camera, and Gustavo knows what it is, and I spent more time and kind of figured it out. But it's like, let's just put it this way. It's very, very irritating how not only Nikon, but other camera manufacturers, how they present information, and they put out, when they do their nice, wonderful little spread, you know, look, the new this, that, the other, and they show how wonderful it is, and they put up all these nice statements of what it can do, but they don't come out in front and say, well, yeah, it does that if this is turned off, or it does that on these certain conditions, you can have it do this. But
all marketing,
you know, and
marketing department.
It's like, oh my goodness, it's like, just too much from all these companies, too much marketing and concealment and kind of being a little sneaky how you present some of your information. And it's really irritating.
And Jeff, the point I will make it again later on, but I mean, even the spec sheets are written like by lawyers, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
They're gonna blame it when we translated it to English. We screwed up the meaning.
exactly.
But
And I still don't understand some of the stuff. So anyway,
yeah, so let's put up some of this. I will make this image bigger if I can. All right, so I'm going to just rattle through this, and I'm going to share some images too, so that you could see the difference between the Z5 II physically and the Z5. But just as a kind of a setting the anchor point here, you know, the price wise is the Z5 II is $16.99 versus $13.99 for the Z5, which was on sale $400 off.
Without the tariff.
But when last time I checked, it wasn't $400 off anymore. But I got a feeling that it will be reduced in price significantly and stay that way. Whether it's $400 off, I don't know, but it was $400 off. Now the ZF is $19.99, for which they took a lot of the technology that's in the Z5 II came from the ZF, but not all of it. Some of it is unique to the Z5 II. And the Z6 III is $24.99. So you can see that the tiers, the pricing tier here, and it's very important that they're like a lot of people are. I think I've learned, and I'm guilty of it too. Is, you know what, I'm beyond the point now at my age. I hopefully wisdom has kicked in a little bit, and I say to myself, you know what, a camera comes out, I don't care who makes it, and what's the first thing most of us do? We say, that's so stupid they came out with that. You know, I don't like that camera. I would never buy it. But you know what? You get older, you calm down a little bit, and you say to yourself, why am I being such a prude here? Who cares whether I like it or not? It doesn't matter. What matters is that these camera manufacturers are providing people options. They're providing people choices. Not everybody needs 20 frames or 30 frames per second or more. Not everybody cares that they have 45.7 megapixels or 61 megapixels or whatever. You know, not everybody wants even a full frame camera. Some people want micro four thirds. Some people want APS-C, you know. So what matters is that there's something out there that fits your toolbox, what you want to use, that has the features that you want to do what you want to do. And it doesn't matter what brand it is. It's just important that you find something that fits the bill. And sometimes there's too many gaps in a certain brand's lineup where they may not have the tool you need. And maybe you got to think about switching, providing you don't have 7 lenses in your kit already, you know, where it's not cost effective. But I'm just saying that we all will say, not for me, I don't need it. I got a Z9. Not for me, I got a Z8. I don't need it. That's fine and dandy, but it's there for somebody else. It's got a 24.5 megapixel BSI sensor like the ZF, and the Z5 was a non-BSI sensor. So that's okay. So there's tick mark number 1 difference. Okay. No top display like the Z5. Now what they did was they moved the microphone holes. The microphone holes, and you'll see it in the pictures later on, were moved from to the left of the top plate to facilitate a new picture control button located on the right-hand side. And we'll show that in the pictures later on. But so they moved a few things around. They added a picture control button, even though you had access to all that through the menus, but they just made it so probably because Fuji has their picture control stuff on their camera. They figured we'll just put a button that lets you get there quicker. Now the size and weight is basically the same size as the Z5. Now, Nikon Rumor suggested that they use the Z6 III body, and there are other content creators that feel it's a Z6 III body. I feel it's basically the Z5 body, but it inherited a lot of the features from the ZF. And I was
And Jeff,
talking,
even that aspect of what is the weight is a mystery to try to figure it out. It's
yeah,
because if you go to the website, is sometimes they give it to you with the battery and the media card, sometimes without the battery and the media card. So if you really want precisely to quote the weight of these cameras, it's like a half an hour digging.
oh yeah, and Nikon usually, unfortunately, usually shows the weight without cards and without batteries most of the time.
Yeah, but
it's
sometimes
never-
it tells you, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, it's
Right. Yeah.
crazy.
Now, Mosman called me the other night, and we were talking about this camera, and he looked up dimensionally the dimensions on a Z6 III, and the Z6 III is dimensionally larger. So many are saying it's a Z6 III body, but it's obviously not, because it's not the same size. It is smaller than a Z6 III. So I really do think it's a Z5 body that got modified slightly because of the extra
I mean,
button.
they're
and
different cameras, correct? So they're not going to be identical. But,
Yeah.
Of course, all the cameras share something in common.
Yeah.
But I think they all have their very well defined lines. But keep going.
Yeah.
Mine
Now-
too is more of a complaint.
Now, a lot of I spent hours trying to understand what the frame rate is of this doggone camera, and watching some people's videos, rereading the spec sheet 75 times, going to other people who just write articles about this camera. It appears that you have a 10 frames per second raw capability. It's actually 9.4 or something like that. You round it up to 10. And you got 30 frames per second JPEG. Now, which is considerably better than the old camera, which only had 4.5 frames per second, and it was irrelevant whether it was RAW or JPEG. It was 4.5 frames per second. Now, they also have what they call an extended mode, and it appears the extended mode, and I use the word appears, is used for burst shooting that could supposedly get you to 14 frames per second. But it's very confusing on the frame rates. There's a lot of variables, but the bottom line is it appears that 10 is the safe number to go with from everything I can find for RAW. It's obviously much better than the Z5 was, more than twice as fast. So,
And Jeff, I ended having to say 7 to 10.
yeah.
It's not clear. It's not clear.
It's very, very frustrating. And like I said, this camera's $300 more, right, than the regular price of the Z5. And this next bullet has a Speed 7 processor versus an Speed 6 that's on the Z5.
Camera.
That alone is worth the $300. So for anybody out there bitching and moaning, oh my God, it's not the same price. Get a grip, man. You got an Speed 7 processor in this doggone camera.
And that's why did you have to put all these smoking mirrors that is 14 frame, but it's actually 7 to 10? I mean, it's irrelevant. It's a good camera and a good price that fit a particular niche. Correct?
Yeah. Now, it's got the dual SD card slots, UHS 2 capability, which is the same as the previous camera. It's got pixel shift, same thing. It's got a selfie, what is considered more of a selfie mode capability because it now has an articulated screen versus what's on the old Z5. So it has the ZF articulating and turnable screen, so you could have the screen facing you doing a video or a selfie, which was much harder to do with I think the Z5 screen actually flipped upwards. It was really weird. It flipped in a weird direction, but this one is definitely much, much better screen. Huge difference in video. I mean, like I said, we're talking $300. You're getting the Speed 7. You can now record for over 2 hours. You couldn't record more than 30 minutes before. You now have 12-bit raw video files. You don't have that with the Z5. You got NRAW 12-bit. And I'll just go through it quick. You got NRAW 12-bit. You got H.265, HEVC 8 or 10-bit. You got a better audio format. You got 24-bit linear PCM. You've got internal raw NRAW 12-bit video. You got uncropped 4K 30. You've got DX crop 4K 60 and 10-bit. And you only had on the Z5, you only had 4K high def at different frame rates and full HD at different frame rates. And it was all 8-bit. So you have a significantly improved video functionality. I mean, kicks butt. I'll leave it at that. You got the LUTs now, free LUTs for N-Log. You don't have N-Log on a Z5. You got these, Roy's taking off. Take care, Roy. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Have a good one, Roy.
Okay, mate.
Have a good one. You've got full HD on the Z5 too, for 5 times slow motion in camera, and you don't have true slow-mo at full HD on the Z5 because it only does 60 frames per second in high definition mode versus 120 frames per second. The Z5 II has all the autofocus and subject to detect features that you get because you now have Z7 chip. You got 9 subject detect types. We all know what they are. I'm not going to rattle them all off. You inherited now a better EVF. You got the 3.69 million dot quad VGA OLED, but you have 18 levels of brightness, so it has more levels of brightness, supposedly 6 times more than the competition. And you got a 3.2-inch diagonal vari-angle TF touchscreen LCD with 2.1 million dots, similar to the ZF. And now they relocated a few buttons on the rear of the camera. I'm going to show you the pictures in a second, and it aligns so the button format ends up being the same on the rear to what you have on a Z6 III. So if you have a Z6 III and you want to buy a second body, but you don't want to spend the money for another Z6 III, if you buy this one, the button layout's the same. So your muscle memory is, maintained. You don't have to move your fingers to different places. And they ended the autofocus EV range, which is a big deal, from -10 to +19, which is higher than any other Z camera model, including the Z8 or the Z9. So you got -10 to +19. Z5 is -3 to +19. The Z9 in starlight mode is -8.5 to +19. So you actually have an autofocus capability that can focus in dimmer light than your Z9 can or your Z. So before I get to the pictures, I'll throw out my conclusion. This is my opinion. Best in class entry level full frame camera. The processor change alone is worth the $300 upcharge versus the Z5. And if you can live with the 10 frames per second raw spec, which most people can, and remember the highly regarded D850 that many of us owned and still have and use, with the larger battery, only shot 9 frames per second, folks, and birders everywhere loved it. And I was one of them. So 10 frames per second is enough for many, many people. Now, obviously, card choices being SD cards versus CFVB, and not having a non-stacked sensor. You know, the Z6 III has a partially stacked sensor, so it's going to be faster. So you're going to have a slower buffer speed, which they don't talk about. They don't tell you what the buffer speed is. But to me, if you own a Z8 and you want to back up, this may be an affordable option for you. And it's definitely, in my opinion, more than adequate for everyday shooting, and a great first full frame camera for the money. If you've always had APS-C, didn't want to spend a lot of money for full frame, this camera is a deal. It really, really is. And it is a big deal. It is a bigger deal than what people are making it out to be. And I also personally feel that the $1,599 Z6 II is going to go away real fast, because it is not competitive compared to this camera, and it's only $100 cheaper. I felt that Nikon is going to be making very many more Z6 IIs. I have a feeling they're going to.
Doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense to have it in the lineup anymore. That they'll just sell what they got in stock, and then it will be gone. That's my personal opinion. So here's some pics. So this first picture is of the Z5 front view. Z5 nomenclature, bottom right-hand corner, lens release button, function 1, function 2, and you can see everything that here is on the top. And then when you go down to the Z5, you still have function 1, function 2. You don't have a Z5 II bottom here. You have just a Z designation up here in the corner. And oh, my mouse is giving me a hard time here. Come on. Where is it? There we go. The Z5 II designation is actually on the top plate, and they're showing you the selfie, the LCD screen pulled out and rotated for selfie mode, or for doing, sitting videotaping yourself on the Z5 II. Now, when you look at the back on the Z5, you got the playback button in the upper left-hand corner, and you have I believe this is the frame rate button in the lower right corner.
Mm-hmm.
And then with the Z5 II, they move those two buttons around. The frame rate button is the upper left, the playback button is lower right, and that is the same. That's the same rear layout that you have on a Z6 III. Okay, exactly the same.
And
Exactly.
the Z8. And the
And,
Z9. So I agree.
Well, yeah. So they're trying to. Yeah, they're trying to get lined up and get buttons in the same place, which makes sense. Now you look at the top, and here's what I was talking about before. This is the Z5. You got the microphone holes on the right. You got your PSAM dial. You have your other function dial here. You got your record button, your on-off, your exposure comp, your ISO button, and you have nothing on the left-hand side at all. And then when they came out with the Z5 II, well, they moved the microphone holes to the left, over to the left-hand side, to make room for the picture control button. You still have the PASM dial here. These are the same over here. So it looks basically the same, other than, moving, adding this button and moving the microphone. So, so that's it. I mean, that's it in a nutshell. I think it's a really good camera for the money. It's probably the best entry level full frame camera right now, any of the brands, for what it can do for the money. and I think it's going to be a big success. Now I'm sure Z5 owners are probably pretty ticked off, saying, if I waited for a little while, but you could say that forever and ever and ever and ever. If I waited, wait till like a Z9 II comes out, and everybody says, if I waited 4 years, I could have got this instead of the Z9, but then you wouldn't have had the joy of using the Z9 for those years, right? So look at it that way. You got enjoyment out of your Z5, hopefully, and can still get an enjoyment out of your Z5. Doesn't make the old camera doesn't turn into junk just because the new camera came out, right? So if you like what you're getting with what you have, who cares? It's just another option for people, and you have to keep up with the Joneses, as they say. You can't just sit back and not improve your product line. But you can see the lines of how each model is just different enough to justify the price gap between one model to the next model to the next model. And I'll let Gustavo put up a slide that he put together that demonstrates that pretty well. And I'll let him talk about it here for a little bit. And I want to hear from people in the chat, and I want to hear from people on the panel what they think of this camera.
So actually, this first slide is the kind of table that I put together to keep an inventory of all the different Z cameras and what is the status of the lineup, as well as the number of cameras that Nikon has released traditionally over the years. Okay? So you can see here that if you look what they have released, seen basically the later part of 2001 when the C9 was kind of announced, but was not yet in the hands of many photographers, correct? These are the so-called Gen 3 cameras, correct? All with the exception of the Z30 have the XP7, correct? That basically tells me that these basically complete the lineup for that XP7, correct? So for sure, this is now obviously we didn't have a C7 III, and we got that C30 kind of in between still with a P6, correct? But this is basically a full lineup. So each of these cameras, Gen 3 cameras, Generation 3 cameras, have a very distinctive line, right? Now, the other thing that this table is meant to be used to is because we typically have between, in average, 2 cameras, correct? There is still room that another camera could be announced or launched, and that could be the C9 III, maybe not, or if indeed they try to do something with the C7 line, correct? But basically, this is a full lineup, correct? So I think pretty soon we're going to be moving into, in my opinion, into Gen 4 cameras, correct? And with this we have now the other table. I'm sorry, Jeff. I moved here myself to the table. So the other table that I put together, actually, I focus not so much on the specs, but focus on the difference between the cameras that are in the current lineup. I don't think anybody should be thinking about buying one of the, unless they get a special pricing, any of the Gen 2 cameras, correct? So the take that I make here is to compare basically the C5 II, which we only know by the specs, the CF that many of you guys have, and of course the C6 III, correct? And I focus on the difference. And as Jeff mentioned, these are the current prices for MB&H, correct? For each of these cameras, correct? You can see the separation, and obviously these 2 cameras being a little bit older, they are subject to some additional rebates, right? Then you can see that basically the sensors are similar in terms of size, except for the C7 III. So this is the differentiating portion for the C7 III. Then in terms of shutter speed, which is another little nightmare there, right? in terms of finding what it is. You can see that indeed the C60 is the one that has the widest range at the in terms of shutter speed, continuous speed, correct?
Yeah, and
Again,
that's the only camera. The Z6 III is the only camera that's going to give you 4K, uncropped 4K 120 as
exactly.
well.
And don't get me
So-
into
so,
the. And don't get me into
But I'm saying there's like when you look at if you want to be anal and look at every feature of all
Yes.
these cameras, you can easily, if you're a reasonable person, you can easily understand the separation in the pricing.
oh, for sure, for sure. I mean,
there is a logic to their price points and why this
exactly.
camera costs more than that camera.
Exactly. And that's why I thought that the table of difference is much better than comparing, going through all the specs, because there is a lot of overlap on parts of equipment between these cameras, correct? They are part of the same lineup, they are part of the same gen, they're part of the same family, but they all have their own line, correct? Notwithstanding that it's very difficult to figure out exactly some of the details like frame per second, correct? What do they
Oh,
do?
yeah.
Under what conditions and that kind of thing, right? The same with, and then you can see on the on the viewfinder, correct? Again, the C6 III is a fantastic. So you can see that the C6 III is a great camera, and I don't think many people will say, "Oh, I should not buy the C6 III because the C5 II is so similar." No, this is a superior camera, but this is a camera that is a lot more expensive, correct? $1,500 or $5,400 more expensive, right? So you can see here the difference table that each camera has its own lane. Now, with regard to confusion, maybe because I'm not a full video shooter, even on the spec of the C5 II, that capability to do raw internally 12-bit is not clear in the specifications of the camera. It's in the promo information, but not in the specs. Okay, so all this is a little bit of a nightmare to figure out what format, whether it's H.264 or H.265, whether one is 8-bit or 10-bit.
It does do NRAW 14, NRAW 12-bit.
Yeah, but look at the
video.
spec of the website. It's not clear. I'm sure that it does it, but you can see that they don't. They probably do it under certain conditions, so they didn't describe it properly on the spec sheet. But anyway, so it is there. Now, my conclusions, correct? If you're looking at this, basically, is the bottom of the lineup of the Gen 3 cameras, which are the only ones, in my opinion, you should be considered if you want to buy one of the new cameras. If video is your priority, definitely you should go C6 III. If you like the retro style and the slow, the fun of dealing with dials and all kind of stuff, that's why you guys bought this. Yeah.
ZF.
Well, I'll tell you though, one thing that people maybe don't realize is you can use the front and rear dial on the ZF, so it behaves. So it behaves exactly the same way as a Z6.
Yeah.
It's your choice if you want to
Of course.
change how those dials work and use the shutter speed dial on the top, and because you could change the shutter speed from one of the front or rear dials as well. But so it's really a camera you could, if you say you buy it and you go, oh, I think I want retro, and then you say, well, I don't really like retro as much as I thought it was going to be, you could reconfigure that camera and it won't matter that it looks retro because you can
buy it because you like that style of camera, correct?
Yeah.
Now that you have these two choices, if you don't like the style of camera, you go to the C5 II, correct? If you
you buy the
retro-
Z5 too. You want one that looks and feels the same as similar to your Z8 or your Z6 III or whatever. Get the Z5 too.
I mean, Jeff, I know that you bought the CF as a companion to your C9 originally before you bought the C8, correct?
Yeah.
You bought the CF, correct?
Yeah.
But if you will have these two choices, and obviously you like the style of the retro camera, correct? It would have been better to go with the C5 II if you just want a backup to your C8 or your C9, right? And of course, the C8, the C6 is superior. So I think the length of the camera and how much they will cannibalize from each other, I think it's overstated on some of the reviews that we have seen. Although the reviews, the majority of the reviews have been very positive. And the last point that I wanted to make, that of course, if budget is your priority, correct? Then go for the C5 II, correct?
Yeah.
It's a
I mean, you could definitely buy a Z5 II and not spend a load of cash, and you're getting a lot. I mean, you're getting a lot more camera than you did when the Z5 came out. You're getting a lot more camera for the money, and I'd say 90% of the shooting public would be so thrilled with a Z5 II. They'd have. I mean, we're in the minority. You know, those of us that do sports and action and birding are a very small percentage of photographers. Very small percentage of photographers. I mean, most people are doing, you know, like what we consider what our parents did when we were young. You know, they're doing the family vacations and the outings and the graduations and the vacation photos and all that kind of stuff. And a Z5 II is absolutely perfect for that.
Yeah. And Jeff, I will go to the extent about the lineup, that there is more difference between these cameras, these three in the bottom of the lineup, C5 II, CF, and C6 III, Gen 3, that between the C9 and the C8. There is more differentiation here. These are more clearly different cameras. Right?
Yeah.
So anyway,
Z6 III, you got 20 frames per second. Other cameras, you know, Z5 II, you got 10 frames per second. That's a big difference. And you know, with the partially stacked sensor, and the fact that you got better cards, that your buffer rate is going to be bigger and faster to get your data from the camera to the card. So it like I said, it's like they have a lane for every need that you have. You have a choice now. There's no gaps anymore. There's no gaps anymore.
Exactly. And that comes back to what should go next, because now you have a lineup that is well defined, correct? That don't have many holes. I mean, you can see the C6 III is smack in the middle of that lineup, correct?
Yeah.
You don't want rolling shutter, but you still want mechanical shutter. That's your camera, correct? You don't need speed of recording, and you tolerate some rolling shutter. You can go back to this bottom part of the lineup. I mean, guys, I think I'm not going to buy the C5 II. That's not in my needs, and I'm happy with what I have. But it's definitely a very capable camera. Now,
yeah.
The
Like I
complaint
said,
is,
I'm happy that it's there as a exceptional entry level full frame camera for those that are wanting to get into that. And maybe for the remaining holdouts that, you know, still are shooting with their DSLR and they go, well, I don't want to spend all the money that those other cameras cost. Well, now, you know what? This might be your day. This might be your day. But yeah, it's not a camera I'm personally gonna buy either. I don't need it. I got more than I need now.
and my other plea is what you want me to talk the other day, trying to put this presentation. Come on, make it clear what it is, okay? Make it explicit. Don't make us dig. Like again, here in continuous shooting, Jeff. So look at how I wrote it, because I think this is probably closer to reality, correct? That this camera can do 7.5 frames per second, correct? In manual mode, okay, with the mechanical shutter. But if you move to the electronic shutter,
and then they'll say, well, if you're using the Patchy, wait a second, honey. If you got the silent
JPEG.
silent mode on, then you get a different result too.
Exactly.
It's like there's
I
too
mean-
many variables. It drives you nuts.
Exactly. But they quote only one number, and this
Yeah.
is not one number. So
I'll be right back. I'll let you keep going. I gotta let the dog out. I'll be right back.
So anyway, guys, so this is what we put together. I think it's good. The question is what's coming next. Is what coming next is another Gen 3 camera, C7 III, or do we start now with the Gen 4 cameras? Do we go back to a transition year?
But we have the Z9 too yet.
Exactly. So do we go to a transition year when we have only one camera in the year and this is it? Or do we go to the average, which is 2, and we have another camera being released or announced by the end of the year? But I think Gen 3 camera, this is what we're going to get.
I think so too.
They're already talking about delaying the Z9 too.
Yeah, but those are speculations.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Clickbait.
we can speculate. It's like talking about the specs when we can make all have opinions of what we like to see, but none of this is real information. This is a speculation that get passed as rumors or aspirations, and that's fine to discuss them as such.
That's clickbait.
Exactly. What we do know is this:
Nothing more
they
than
will
that.
release one camera if they're in a transition year, or they will release up to 2 cameras. That's what typically the average is. So the average is not a fact, but it's what they tend to do, right? And now they have a complete lineup, right? You can see the only hole in that lineup.
Well, we need the version 6 for firmware for Z9 than anything else.
Exactly. Now, and the question is, would they kill the C7? And I agree with Jeff. But
Probably.
buying any of these other cameras at this moment, correct, doesn't make that much sense. Correct. Focus on these cameras. They are that are far more capable. Now the question is, Terry, correct? Because one of the other things happened, another aspect of this C52, because it's that backside illuminated CMOS sensor. I think that camera is going to be very popular with astrophotographers, because the astrophotographers, I know they like the C6 II. They didn't move to the C6 III. The astrophotographers that I follow, they still like this one.
Yeah.
Now the question is whether they will move to the C5 II, because it looks capable as an astro camera.
Oh yeah,
Looks
with
like
the
a
with the
right.
minus 10 EV low light for autofocus,
Yeah.
it's even better than all the other ones.
Yeah.
Exactly, and it has to,
I think it is depending. I think it's depending the level of astrophotography you want to go for. If you are just occasionally and you want to make the Milky Way, actually all the cameras can do it. But if you want to go something deeper, then you need more resolution. Don't hide behind our fingers. You need more resolution. Well, in this case, Z8, Z9, it is the only way to
Yes.
go.
but I see a lot of the astrophotographers, because they do all this montage with panels, right?
Oh, yeah.
Then they can tolerate, or they can work with a 24.5 megapixel, because actually what they put together
Yeah,
is 10 photos, correct? 2 rows of 5.
definitely. Yeah. They can do it. That's what I said. It is the matter of the level, what you want to do, what you want to achieve. After that, yeah, anybody can do a panorama, 10
Exactly.
lines by 10 and make a huge photograph and create things. But you need accordingly a computer, you need time, all these things. It's not just
You need
like that.
you need a
Because
server.
a camera can do that doesn't mean anything.
You end up
And we have,
needing a server.
well, but you're working with 24 with 24 megapixel camera, correct? So it's more conducive for panoramic work and these these montage of different cameras. By the way, so
Yeah.
Bell is asking, you can do professional work with the C5 too. I think you can do professional work with any of these cameras in the lineup. Maybe not certainly all the cameras on the maybe not so much with the CF because that's a camera that is made to enjoy because of the style.
Yeah,
But all the other cameras you can do.
that's a slow yourself down
Oh.
camera. And if you're trying to do a wedding, you can't slow yourself down.
Exactly. So anyway,
I made a couple of astrophotography, and the thing you really need it is the zoom to achieve what you wanted to do, because all these things we see on so many pictures around, they are very, 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 very small things in the sky. Well, if you have a good lens, a good zoom or a big nice lens,
yes.
with the 24 megapixels, you are more than enough. More than enough. If you make, for example, 10, 20 photographs or more to stack them together,
Exactly.
you don't need more than that. If you have a nice, strong zoom lens,
Exactly.
that's it. But
Well-
as I said again, it's depending the level and what your budget, what you wanted to achieve.
Exactly.
You know what's interesting?
Now we are
too,
under
that-
the marketing. Oh, buy this, buy that, buy this, buy this, buy this. The only thing they know to say is buy and buy and buy, and they hide behind the papers. We don't do this if you don't do that. You want to do this, and you have to do that first. They do that because everybody's doing it. All the cameras, all the brands doing it, and it is illegal things behind and marketing. Legal because they want to cover themselves and we have to blame probably you Americans, because you remember the story with the Winnebago. The lady took $2.5 million compensation because she goes away from the wheel because she was on automatic. And because on the manual didn't say you can leave the car and go behind because you are on automatic. Don't do that. And Winnebago had to change all their own manuals and change all the people have bought that to change that because it pays $2.5 million because a person driving a car and leave it the wheel and go back. Who's the logic? But because of that, all the companies they try to cover themselves, and then they put all the small letters. Yes, you want to do this, but you have to do that, and you have to do this, and you have to do that.
Yeah.
But the marketing together, the only thing they know is buy, and we are stupids. Sorry, and I am one of them. To go inside and say, "Yeah, buy another one, and buy another one, buy another one."
Well, the one thing that people
for me, just waiting for the new firmware from Z9. That's it. I don't want another camera.
what
The
Ah,
people
the other
have
one.
to realize,
Z5, and it's so capable camera, and everybody have buried it, and it's so good camera. And I know that I'm saying that because I've used to it. I've used it. There's a really, really good camera. But
Yes.
who knows Z5? Who's that? Who?
I think that people have to realize too that if you have, the mindset for years has been, well, a 24 megapixel camera is less noisy, which it is. And of course, a lot of the 24 megapixel cameras were APS-C. But you have to realize now, when you have a 24 megapixel full frame camera, it's even less noisy than the APS-C version, because now you have the same amount of pixels on a larger surface, and your photo sites are bigger. The signal to noise ratio is better. You're going to have less noise, significantly less noise with a 24 megapixel full frame camera than you're going to have with a 24 megapixel DX
How
crop.
many people knows that, Jeff?
I don't
Unfortunately,
know.
they're
But
not people
that's
who
why
just
I'm
know.
mentioning. That's why I'm mentioning it
We-
because
We are more
now
inside.
the
We are
only
more geeks.
theoretical advantage in the mind of some people is, but I like having the crop factor, so I don't have to pay as much for a big zoom lens because I got my 1.5 times crop. But I'll tell you, you're going to have a lot less noise with a Z5 II than you will with a Z50 II.
And this is, of course, if you want to just one shot. And with the software we have at this moment, we can push the ISO a lot.
Yes.
A lot.
Yes.
Well, give and take. That's also all the story.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's what we have on these tables. So let's do one more thing, Jeff, and we can start wrapping down. So on the miscellaneous part from my end, we talk about already the trademark from the C Cinema. That's a good thing. Does that mean that Nikon is opening that line? Then I had the discussion with Martin now that I know that also that he's changing. He's not in the Adobe ecosystem, but I do use DxO Pure Raw to process my images. Right? It's a fantastic. I have the version 4. They sent me an email saying that there is a new version now available for purchase. I'm going to wait until I see some more reviews. What I saw from the description, like selective, noise reduction and all that kind of stuff. I mean, the version 4 made a fantastic thing. So I'm not in a hurry to change that. That's my personal view, but there is a new. The other important news that happened recently is that, this is probably related to also to the 4 point here, that Adobe Premiere will support now the NRAW. I think that's very important. Okay. Now,
Allow me to disagree.
No? Okay.
Now the 4, because I try after a suggestion to demosaic my images of Z9, and it didn't do as much good job as the Lightroom or other programs. The 5, I tried the shareware, and it is much better. You will like it.
Pure
You
Raw?
will really like it.
The Pure
Yeah.
Raw? Right? Okay.
The 5, yes.
I put all my image to 4, Terry. Every single image.
Yeah.
I create my DNG.
Well, in comparison, my comparisons show me that nah.
Okay.
But each on its own, what you seeing on one image is different than what I see.
Yeah, exactly. But
I can't say this is good or this is good for me. No,
Yeah.
that's
no,
not. It's good for me.
I don't mind paying for the update, right? But I want to. I'm
Well-
not desperate to make it because I'm satisfied with what I have. Right?
I have a subscription with Adobe until 28.
Yes.
All right. Well, that means, but doesn't mean for me anything, because if I find a program which really do the job better, I prefer to buy something more and have the Adobe together, because I know the Adobe, and as much I know anyway, and I can do whatever I want to do there. But if I have for a base a program like the Pure Raw now, probably I'll go for the Pure for just for the demosaicing. Give me the tips and then let me to play with them.
Yeah. So anyway,
looks like there is more better on the noise at least.
So it's available. Let's see how it works. If I ever download it and try it, I will let you know. But I'm happy with version 4. Correct? It works. For me, it works better trying to do my noise reduction in DxO Pure Raw than in Adobe. Correct? Even with the newest version of Adobe, I still like getting through DxO Pure Raw. And of course, the the fact that now you can do enroll in in Premiere, correct? It's good, right?
I don't use these programs, and as I said, there is.
Be glad you
because
don't. Be glad you
For
don't.
me, I don't even think to use the high, except the raw. The other one with the star, how call it, the high efficiency,
High efficiency star. It's all I use.
which they said it is the same. For me, it's not the same. I make the same photograph and I put it down, and I saw differences. Well, as I said, there is what I see. Maybe somebody else seeing it differently, and if somebody else sees something else, I could see that differently. Well, up to each of us.
Well, everything comes down to there's so many different factors too, because sometimes it comes
Yeah.
down to I know people that have very high end cameras and they have very low end computers, and
Exactly.
they can't use some of the high end features of their cameras because their computers can't handle the files. So that's the problem where you get in this argument like, well, is it really cheaper to shoot digital than film? And that is a very mentally disturbing conversation to have, because having shot and still shooting both, I could tell you film is very expensive. I'm not saying anything people don't already know. Film is expensive.
Particularly if you are a trigger happy like me, I was going for Saturdays. I was going for weekend out with the films, and I was coming back with 30 to 35 films, 36, because I'm a happy trigger, which was a lot of money, believe me.
Oh yeah,
I've been saved with the digital.
You can't. Cost per shot is obviously a lot more cheaper with digital, but then you didn't need a computer when you had film. You didn't need a computer.
It's not cheap. It's not cheap. Digital is not cheap.
That stuff.
But Jeff, on the video side, I gave you what you're talking about, correct? That you need a powerful computer, you need a lot of storage. But for photos, correct? Photography.
For photos, for photos, you don't need a powerful computer, but you may need a lot of storage if you're going to shoot.
Well, if you keep every single photo, which I think is ridiculous, but Randall will tell you. I mean, this Mac Mini 4. I mean, that can do whatever, and it's not that expensive. You can, if you're only doing photography, you can buy the most basic one, and you will have the best possible computer to do whatever you want to do in Adobe, correct? Whatever, and of course, you have to buy some storage, correct? But but now
you don't need the chip. You don't need the M4 chip to do. You could do everything with the first. That came out. You unless you're doing multiple 8K movies at the same time.
Exactly.
You don't need even the highest end Mac. You don't need it. You need and if you're just doing stills, you don't even need that. You could just buy a mid-level laptop with enough storage.
Yeah, but if you buy that small little thing, that pocket, that Mac Mini that costs, what is it, Randall, $700? I mean, you can do almost anything, correct? Then you have to pay for storage. So I'm not so convinced with the photography, no video.
You get into video, it's a whole different ball game now. Now this is a better computer. And it's a lot more storage with the video.
So on the format for video, on the raw format for video, which I should know many people use, correct? Now with Adobe allowing Premiere to have the raw, correct? So the only one that is out of step is Final Cut Pro, which is what you use, correct?
So what I use, but I'm not one that's using all these LUTs and
Right.
and all this fancy schmancy things that
know,
they have.
but it would be
Because,
nice to
because
have.
you know what? There's no benefit for me using it when I'm doing YouTube videos. It makes no
but-
sense. You
But it
know,
would be nice. It would be nice that they have it, correct? Because one thing you certainly don't want to do is to have to learn Da Vinci, correct, or another program.
no, thank you. No, thank
Exactly. So we need to keep lobbying for Final Cut Pro to have that capability, even if we don't use it. So anyway, so that's my my opinion tonight. So Jeff, anything else? So
you.
let's remind
I,
you.
I think we're done. Other than throwing up the reminder for the next photo review, which we will throw up, and May 3rd. Okay, is going to be the date. You get the pictures to me by May 2nd, noontime Eastern time, Eastern Daylight Savings Time, if you want to be technically correct. But
Yeah, I lost the program by that
you know,
almost.
but everybody's done a great job continuing to send in images, and I hope we get continue to get. Looks like maybe we have a new person that's going to join us now, which is nice. I mean, it would be nice to get a few more people in here that shoot different subjects. It was nice that Albert did sent in some street photography shots, because we don't get a lot of street photography shots, and that was great. And I took some shots today or the other day at the Brook Green Gardens. I got some with the ZF. I got some beautiful shots of flowers with statues and stuff like that really came out, that are going to look really, really nice. I'm probably going to make a few big prints out of a few of them, but I really like the ZF when I'm just doing more casual shooting or macro or whatever. I leave the big guns home, but it's that was nice and relaxing, and going to get out and do some night twilight shooting, an hour before sunset until an hour after sunset type shooting down the road too. So it's more things I want to do, and not enough hours in the day. That's the problem. and I don't always have enough energy in the tank, if you know what I mean.
So anyway, so we have the upcoming photo review. So start thinking about what you want to send to Jeff, right? We keep you abreast of the channel changes. If we have anything to announce, and obviously, if you have any recommendation, as I said, about social media, if you have anything that you want to present, let us know, correct? And as we navigate through these additional changes, and we have Monday, David Stewart, that is going to be showing us his presentation to that group. So, and I think in 2 weeks we have our presentation from Luis with whatever topics we have at a time.
Yeah.
So I don't have anything else.
Right? Yeah.
I think that's it. And you and I will meet up to just finalize things for 2 weeks from now, and get the invites out there and everything, the week before. And I think we'll be in good shape. And I just want to thank everybody one last time, those that have hung out here with us and till the end. Thanks
We have
once
to
again.
thank you for your efforts.
Nah,
You and Gustavo. We have to thank you.
you
Keeping it up.
when
We just follow.
the
You are from.
reward is me
Thank you
getting
for
to
that.
see the reward is me getting to see everybody else's work.
Exactly.
That's a reward in itself, is to see everybody else's work, because in many respects I'll say, oh, I want to go to that place, or I'd love to get a picture like that, or oh, I never
Yeah,
tried
you have
that.
to go to Iceland, right?
I never tried
You
that
have to go to
before.
Iceland.
Oh, I talked to my wife about that, and she looked at me like, no, I'm not going where it's cold. I'm not doing it. You know. Now, if I told her, hey, you want to go to Hawaii and be next to the volcano erupting, she'd say, yeah, that might be nice and warm. I might like that. Cold. No, cold ain't gonna do it for her, you know. And it's tough. I mean, you get older, we always have some medical thing that occurs and
Tell me about it.
and makes it rough, you know. So I'm just getting over.
Next year I have to go for cataract.
Yeah, my wife had both her eyes done. I'm just getting over a diverticulitis attack that I had about a week and a half ago. So I'm just finishing up my antibiotics, which make my mouth have a bad taste in it all day long, all night long. So I'll be glad when I'm not taking those pills anymore. But it's always something. We're all getting there. We're not getting there. We're all there. That's the problem.
Exactly. Yeah.
But thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And we'll see you in 2 weeks. And if, like Gustavo said, something interesting comes up, and don't forget David Stewart. Now, this is a big experiment because I'm hoping that David just has all his ducks lined up in a row on Monday, because all I'm doing is, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on Monday night.
10 or 9?
10 o'clock. I'm going to turn on the show. I'm going to hand it over to David, and hopefully he has all the interfaces all set to go, so you can see him do this presentation on low light photography in front of the Photo Club of Vancouver that he is a member of, and he expects it to be like 1 hour long, and I hope we all get something out of it, and they get the gift of having that event stored in YouTube where they can go watch it whenever they want. And I'm glad to attempt to provide that service for them. So we shall see how that goes. We've never done this before, so we'll see how it works out.
Good.
All right.
Thanks again.
Take care, everybody. Have a good
See you
night.
guys.
Good night.
Yes.
We're gonna